Welcome to WordCamp 2020. Welcome to WordCamp 2020. This is our 7th WordCamp. And I'm John Dorner, the lead organizer of WordCamp. I also started the Asheville area WordPress meetup back in 2013, and we've met at least once a week, once every month, sometimes, most times twice since then. So and I do this because I keep learning stuff. So that's as long as I keep learning, I keep having the meetups. So when COVID struck this year, we decided to cancel our face-to-face meetup or WordCamp and decide whether or not to have a virtual or online camp. Told the group I would be the lead organizer if they would do most of the work, and they didn't let me down. The organizing team has done a great job. So I'd like to thank our organizer. I can't thank them enough for all the time they've put in and the work they've done. They are the ones who put in many hours over the last several months making this event happen. My right-hand helper, Kristen Molina Nort, Stephen Ayers, Norma Baumgardner, Tim O'Haver, Russell Fair, Janine Paris, Boomer Sassman, Carolyn Adams Clark, Charlie Sasser, Gary Crosley, Karen Maza, and I'm sure I'm missing somebody. There's several others that have put in a lot of time to help make this happen. Without them, it wouldn't have even gotten off the ground. I need to thank our volunteers. There are so many people who have volunteered hours of their time and expertise to make this happen, to mention too many to mention by name. Some of I'm not even aware of. But without each of them, WordCamp would not have been possible. I wish I could get everybody to raise their hand and say, hey, I help volunteer, but thank you all the volunteers to help it. Our sponsors, their contributions not only make this WordCamp possible, but all the WordCamps across the world possible. They the money that we don't use, that we raise more than we needed for this camp, the money that we raise goes back to WordCamp Central, and they help make WordCamps across the world and trainings available. So please visit their websites, consider them when you're looking for hosting or services that they offer, and be sure and tell them thank you, and visit the ones. Some of them have booths today. Be sure to visit those booths. Here we had almost 50 individuals register as community sponsors, which together make them 2 gold sponsors. So thank you for everybody who checked that little box, said, yeah, I'll contribute 20 bucks and help make WordCamp possible across the world. Thank you. Finally, thanks to you. Without your participation, this wouldn't be possible. We wouldn't have a WordCamp. It comes down to you. I see you are the ones who are going to be hosting WordCamps or WordPress meetup groups or helping others. This is how we make WordCamp possible and help WordPress continue. Is everybody has a way to contribute, whether it's making a comment on a help page or sharing or helping others will learn WordPress or contributing to core code. There's lots of ways to help make WordPress possible, and you're the ones who make it possible. So thank you. I want to start out with listing some things that we'll miss from having our face-to-face conference. First thing is I'm going to have a hole in my pint glass collection. So we've had a pint glass all but 1 year. Um, won't have a T-shirt, won't have any of the swag, won't have free beer after the party in the after parties. It's just not as cool to tell your friends, hey, I'm going to WordCamp Asheville, and they see, well, you're going to your office or you're going to your bedroom or still laying on your bed with the laptop on your lap. Biggest one, it's harder to meet and visit with new people and make those connections. We're going to have a social this after or a get together after at 4 o'clock after the last session. So please join us there. That's how we make these connections, and it'll be a good time for everybody to make those connections and find people you're interested in and have those discussions. That we're trying to way to do this online. Finally, you don't get to experience Asheville. If you're not from around here, this is a great excuse to come to beautiful Asheville in the fall, and you'll miss out on that. So you'll still have to come sometime when COVID's over and you can safely get here. But there are a lot of advantages to having a WordCamp online. You've got your favorite snacks and food at your fingertips. If you don't like or can't eat the snacks or food you've got there, it's your own fault. You already know where the nearest bathroom's located. There's no awkwardness of coming in late or leaving early out of a session. You can pop into one, and if it's not quite what you wanted or looking for, you can pop out and go to another one. Um, so you can leave early. You can take an hour and go mow your grass if there's not a session going on that you're interested at that time. You can go out and do something else. Everybody's got a front row seat. So there are no bad seats in this. There's no hotel or travel expenses or parking issues. It's free. It didn't cost you anything to attend. My first slide was no technical issues. Wrong. It's a different set of technical issues. Scrambling around this morning, working out final details that I thought we had tested properly, but apparently I didn't. I've gotten to learn a whole new set of skills and technical things that I didn't know and hadn't done before. So it's been a learning experience for me. Hopefully it'll be a learning experience for you. We'll be monitoring. If you have any problems, please reach out to us in our Slack group. The links are on the homepage. One of our social media channels, use the hashtag pound or hashtag WCAVL. We'll be monitoring the chat in YouTube for the front and back porch, and in the kitchen and salon Zoom rooms. The kitchen will have broadcast to Zoom, but we're not going to be monitoring that chat channel. The kitchen and salon are limited to 100 people each, and if we have more than that, you can go watch it on YouTube. We'll have recordings of these available in the future, but use the Zoom chat rooms for that, for if you have any problems. You don't have to get up early or even get dressed. I guess if you're on the East Coast, you got to get up pretty early. But you don't have to get dressed. Wear whatever you're most comfortable in. Come in your pajamas. Your cat or dog won't miss you. I know my cat loves to hop up on my lap while I'm working every now and then. Dog comes gets her petting 3 or 4 times a day. So they're not missing me while I'm at work or at WordCamp. And probably one of the biggest ones is we're global. I can't thank these people enough. We've had help organizing this conference by people like Russell Fair from Idaho, Tim O'Haver in Ohio, Norma Baumgartner from Raleigh, North Carolina, volunteers helping us from as far away as India. Thank you, Animesh Gaurav, who helped yesterday's pre-camp. Attendees from as far away as Nigeria participated in yesterday's pre-camp. We've got speakers like Miriam Goldman from as far away as Canada, and we had 65 speaker submissions from the East Coast, or from coast to coast, and as far away as Italy. So this opened up a lot more people who couldn't come to WordCamp Asheville for financial reasons or travel reasons or whatever, family, to be able to come and participate and get the information. Final notes, salon and kitchen are limited to the first 100 people and are here in Zoom. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kristen to introduce our keynote speaker. Looking forward to
that. I am excited to introduce Rand Fishkin. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. In the room right now, we have developers, designers, SEOs, UXers, content creators, social media experts, and small business owners who do some of all of the above. One thing that we all have in common is that we need to understand our audience. Being the most technically skilled does not guarantee results if you're not speaking to, designing for, or targeting the right audience. As the co-founder of SparkToro, Rand Fishkin has spent years digging into the science of audience intelligence. He's also often asked to speak on digital marketing trends and tactics, and previously cemented himself as an SEO and marketing expert by hosting the Whiteboard Friday, co-founding inbound.org and Moz. Rand is the author of Lost and Founder, a painfully honest field guide to the startup world, and is many times an entrepreneur, CEO, and investor. And fun fact that I discovered today, completely unrelated to his professional life, he once acquired a corporate sponsorship for his marriage proposal and appeared on Oprah. Today, he's generously agreed to donate his time to us. So please join me in awkwardly, silently welcoming Rand Fishkin.
Oh my gosh, no, all that applause is too kind. Kristen and John and everyone at the meetup, thank you so much for having me. Very honored to be here. And yes, I have lots of exciting stuff. In fact, it's so exciting, I think we need to get right into it. It is true, I did go on the Oprah Winfrey show once with Geraldine, and I think I was only asked one question to which the response was yes. That's it. That was my whole appearance on Oprah. It was fine. I'm going to share my screen with everyone, and you tell me if you can see it effectively. Does that look good? Thumbs up? I see the thumbs up. Excellent. All right. So I am going to talk a lot about understanding your audience and audience intelligence, but specifically with a mind to why it is so crucial, because Facebook and Google are dominating what we think of as online marketing and online audience building and online advertising. And I don't think that this is the way to build a competitive advantage. I don't think this is the way to get great ROI. I don't think this is the way to build a resilient, diversified marketing strategy. I think it is just, I don't want to say it's lazy, because that puts the blame on sort of all of us. But instead, I want to say, because it is default, it is not uniquely powerful. And look, I have basically 3 core arguments against relying on the duopoly for all your online marketing. And those are, number 1, these are not good organizations that are forces for good in the world, macroeconomically, that are forces for good in your specific marketing stack. They are not reliable. They are not friendly to you and sort of your partners who want to work with you and understand if you're going through a tough stretch and you need, a little bit of extra budget. They're not in your corner. Second, you can't get a competitive advantage, certainly not the same competitive advantage, on Facebook and Google exclusively that you could from other more diverse sources. That's because everyone is there. I'll talk more about that. And number 3, when you do expand your marketing and diversify your efforts beyond just Google and Facebook, the duopoly themselves, the Google ads that you run, the Facebook ads that you run, the YouTube ads you run, the Instagram ads you run, they become more effective as well. I'll show some examples there too. The examples will mostly involve pasta. I hope that's okay. Hopefully you're not all too hungry. I love pasta, so that's where I would do it. All right, so number 1, these are not the partners that I think we want. And look, Google uses our work in all sorts of ways to essentially create addiction to their platform, which maybe would be okay if they were great partners, but I don't think they are. Increasingly, Google has shown itself to be more and more of a combatant against publishers, creators, marketers, brands, people who build content on the web versus a partner. So when you go to your Google My Business page and build out all this robust data and fill in all the form fields, what does Google use that for? That, yes, it does help searchers, right? In addition to helping Google create a platform for Google Local, Google Maps, right? That becomes the default. When you click these, you don't get to Party and Display Costumes websites. You don't get to Champion Party Supplies website. You don't get to Dollar Tree's website. You get to Google's version of that page. And if you want to find the website link, you got to work, my friend, especially on mobile these days. Ugh, my God. You go and you create some amazing content about how to quickly repair a hole in the wall on YouTube, right? That is really valuable. You've done a great service, but you've done it on YouTube, which helps create addiction and advertising revenue for Alphabet, Google's parent company, right? And then what does Google do? They cut off the 30 seconds at the beginning and the end where you actually got to brand yourself and get any value from sharing that video. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't look at who this is from. Don't potentially visit their website. Don't learn more about the author of this work. Just get the value you want from YouTube and then get out of there. That 33-second clip really, ooh, it bugs the heck out of me when they do that. And they do this in sector after sector, right? Where do they get all this data, right? Where to show you all the cast of Palm Springs, which by the way is a delightful revisit of the Groundhog Day concept. If you haven't checked it out on Hulu, I do recommend that. We had a great date night the other night watching it. And this data is pulled from all these different sources. Where do these reviews come from? Where does the, when you click on Andy Samberg, right? Where do you get that data from? Where does Google get that to show you in there? They crawl it and index it from other people who've made it, right? From Variety and Hollywood Reporter and IMDb and all these other sources. We're doing the work, they're getting the benefit. Same thing happens in the featured snippet, right? Where we do the work and they get the benefit. This is why, as I pointed out last year in a blog post, less than half of all searches performed on Google today result in a click. And by the way, the largest beneficiary of Google searches, the place that most people go after searching Google, is another Alphabet-owned property. Google Maps, YouTube, Google Images, et cetera, news, blah, blah, blah. Very frustrating. They're also, they're misleading us, right? With zero accountability. Keyword not provided. It'll never impact more than 10% of searches. Oh God, if only that were true. It'd be beautiful. Oh, we treat subdomains the same. Oh, we don't use user signals. And then of course, there's always like the proof that, well, okay, so we were lying to you. What are you gonna do about it? Go use another search engine? Ha, 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 good luck. The more lucrative your sector looks, the more likely Google is to become your competitor. And we see them breaking into hotels and flights and jobs and finance and credit cards and mortgages and all these sectors after sector. And they don't have to do it fairly, right? They don't do it by building the best product or the best brand. They just put their stuff first in their search engine and they sort of automatically get to win and push all the rest of us down. So these things frustrate me tremendously. I don't think they're exclusively reasons to not use them, but they're definitely reasons that I'm not cheering for all of us supporting Google and Facebook. Facebook used all of us, like Google, to build their platform, right? They mailed us these stickers and they told us, hey, drive your users over to Facebook. Because what? Because then you'll be able to reach them on Facebook? Oh, that was a bait and switch, wasn't it? Right? They relied on our free labor to build up all of these wonderful pieces of content and sharing stuff on Facebook. And now the fan bases that we built there are nearly meaningless. This is Facebook engagement rates per post collected by Rival IQ, which does this report every year. You can see this data for Instagram and LinkedIn and Twitter and other platforms as well in the report that I linked to there. 0.09%. That's miserable, right? For every, 1,000 fans that or likes that I get on my page, I will on average reach 9 of them with a post. Why would I even bother? And of course, this is not even getting into, right, the algorithms on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook that optimize for engagement and lead to polarization, right? Because let's be real. What I want to be true is that the most engaging content on social platforms is, look at this adorable baby. We had this great dinner together. Here's this delightful dish of pesto pasta. But that is not what draws the most engagement. What draws the most engagement and the most visited again is your crazy uncle posting his conspiracy theory and then arguing with you in the comments. That's what draws you back again and again and again. And of course, this creates the amplification that leads to, 33% of Americans believe that like vampires and lizard people have joined forces with deep state operatives to run pizza dungeons. Which I mean, if we were all playing a big game of Dungeons and Dragons, it sounds like a great campaign, but that's not the world that we live in, right? So a lot like income inequality, right? That a tiny few win and everybody else scrounges for scraps. So this analysis was done recently on similar web data. 1% this is in the tech sector in particular, but 1% of the websites get 98% of the traffic. The top 3 alone get 75% of all traffic to all the websites in this sector. So it's not great. And when they have that power, they lobby governments to rent, seek, and prevent innovation. So GDPR, I get the nobility of the idea behind it is that we as users should be protected, right, from big companies invading our privacy and collecting and storing data on us and using it in nefarious ways. Good intention. Unfortunately, Facebook and Google lobbied the EU very effectively to make sure that what actually happened was a law that meant the internet gets universally more annoying to browse, but the only people who can collect, store, and use data, personally identifiable data about you to advertise to you and to build audiences for you are Facebook and Google. No European company will basically ever be able to compete with Facebook and Google, which is a weird law to write. That's a strange thing, right? And this is far from alone. All sorts of problematic, frustrating things are created by the monopoly and duopoly power that they have over, respectively, social media and search. And I think that, you know, as thinking citizens of the world, we can hope for better from them. As marketers, I think it's less that I'm going to do something tactically different and more that I will not intentionally bias my efforts towards supporting these platforms if I can help it. I would like to look for alternatives. I don't think they're the partners we want, right? They're just not great for us. They're not great for the ecosystem. That being said, even if you disagree with me on all those things and you think Facebook and Google are wonderful forces for good universally, okay, fair enough. We can agree to disagree, but you can't build a competitive advantage from Google and Facebook alone because duopoly advertising sort of works like this, right? This is you and me, right? And all of us, and we're trying to push this boulder. Every incremental ad impression and customer conversion costs us more dollars, right? Hopefully over time we get some efficiency, but efforts that we make to improve our return on investment are usually counteracted by competition, rising prices, variable inventory. We might get some benefit for some time, then returns, right? And when Facebook and Google need to show Wall Street more growth, we all pay more. You saw what happened September 1st, right? Google made a change to the way Google Ads works. They pulled 28% of search data on average, keyword data, from all of our Google Ads accounts. And that prevents us from being able to use essentially not just the long tail, but sort of, you know, the tail at all, even the chunky middle of search demand, to be able to identify negative keywords that we don't want to show our ads on and get to better matching and have better ad ROI. Sierra Interactive wrote an excellent blog post about this just yesterday that I tweeted about and put on LinkedIn. I kind of call this like boulder pushing marketing, right? Every step of progress requires the same amount of effort. There's no gain in efficiency over time. And if competition or external forces reduce ROI, it's so much harder to succeed. And this happens again and again. I'm sure you've seen it with your campaigns and your customers' campaigns. What you instead ideally want to do is build up a flywheel, right? Where you do a marketing thing, whatever that is. That's publish a blog post or send a tweet or appear on a webinar or run a webinar or create a new Google ad, right? And then you boost that thing's reach and you engage and grow your audience because more people see it and more people hopefully come and subscribe and follow and sign up for your email newsletter and whatever. And then you improve your algorithmic signals, right? You can rank a little bit better in Google because more people are paying attention to you. You can earn more visibility per tweet because Twitter's recommendation engine recognizes that your tweet drew engagement. And then you get higher return on investment the next time. And this flywheel scales beautifully, right? It scales with decreasing friction. You put in the same amount of effort each time, you get a little bit more out each time. You put in the same amount of dollars each time, you get a little bit more return on investment each time. It's the opposite of how the ad platforms generally work. Google and Facebook alone are going to make this really hard, next to impossible, because their dominance means that they have pricing power. They can control when and where and whether prices rise or don't. And on the duopolies, frankly, you're competing with everyone. Everybody is on Facebook and Google. Case in point, I searched for, you're gonna run ads for this. And TikTok thought that was a reasonable search term to run, maybe because Google pulled away their advertising, click data, and so they couldn't see it. And they probably didn't use Sears Saving Benjamin's tool. That was their first mistake. Meanwhile, on alternative channels, so SparkToro, right, is in the market research space. And I looked up market research. I'm like, oh, this Research Live website, they have like one sponsor. There's nobody here. This is a wide open space for me to potentially reach exactly the audience that I want to reach. Most marketers also, frustrating, like overvalue trackable investments rather than high return on investment ones. If I'm a guest on a podcast and someone hears about me on that podcast, what happens? They almost always invariably go to Google and search for SparkToro, right? And who gets the credit for that? Not the podcast. So because marketers have been trained over the last 20 years to attribute everything, we tend to attribute it to the last channel that we could attribute it to. Even if we have multi-funnel tracking, we're never going to see that it was the podcast unless we do sophisticated time series matching and all that kind of stuff. We're almost never going to see that it was the podcast. So how do you make marketing a core strength? You have to invest where other people don't, where your competitors don't, in ways that they won't do it, with hard to attribute, but hopefully increasing, right? You can see over time that it increases even if you can't perfectly attribute it, and you can earn a competitive advantage. Otherwise, the competition will, and the platform universality will prevent that. Okay, number 3. Let's say my first 2 points have not resonated with you. You're like, nope, I still like throwing money at Google and Facebook. It is highly convenient and super fun for me. Okay, I have another argument to make, and that is I can get you better ad ROI on Facebook and Google themselves too. Okay, story time. So I mentioned I'm obsessed with pasta. So I went to Genoa a couple years ago now. And oh, you know who we were there with? If any of you know the team from Unbounce, we went with Ollie Gardner and his wife, Nicole. She was pregnant at the time. It was amazing. We're traveling around Italy. And of course, all these Italian restaurateurs. Oh, molto bene. You're pregnant. So we go to Genoa and we had an amazing time. And I ate a lot of pesto, like an unhealthy amount of pesto, but I also walked a lot, so it was fine. And when I came back, right, of course, I want to make pesto at home like how it tasted in Italy, which is going to be impossible because the basil is a little different, but whatever. I brought back a bunch of pine nuts with me, like the Italian ones, not the like Chinese Russian ones. Oh, hot tip. This is why you join webinars like this. If you go on Amazon or some of the other retailers and you order the Turkish pine nuts, those are the same as the Italian ones, much less expensive. Okay, so I come back to the US. I want to make great pesto. My first brand impression around this is, you see this device, the mortar and pestle that's in the picture from Daniel Gritzer on Serious Eats here? It's giant. It's like this big. I should have brought it from my house. But it's huge, it's super heavy, and apparently you need something like this to make great pesto. So this is my brand impression number 1. The company that makes it is called Nuova Marmotecnica. So all right, I see it. I don't even remember that name. Like, that name doesn't mean anything to me. Then I'm searching around some more. Oh, look at that. You gotta use a serious wood pestle and a substantial white marble mortar. We import them from Italy, from the Baudoni family firm Nuova Marmotecnica. Huh, Nuova Marmotecnica. That's the same company again. This is brand impression number 2. By brand impression number 16, same thing, Marmotecnica again, right, from this small kitchen website. Okay, you know what? I give up. I will pay $220 for your pesto rock and stick. That is, I am willing to make the sacrifice. Boom. I went and I ordered the Nuova Marmotecnica giant thing. 22 centimeters, 9 inches in diameter, giant pesto machine. Oh my God, it is so much freaking work to use this thing. I wish I could tell you it's really fun and relaxing, but no, you are sweating, You are working out. Look at my arms. Like veins are popping out. It's horrifying. This takes like 45 minutes, by the way. You would think, Rand, are you sure you can't use a food processor? I wish I could use a food processor. I'm telling you, it is not the same. You don't get the same texture. It's not good enough. You got to use the traditional method. Okay. So what am I trying to illustrate here? That brands that earn high affinity, right? That I already know and like and trust and have seen other people talk about, they get higher ad ROI. Oh, hey, this brand, Nuova Marma Tecnica, that is the one that I saw on all the Italian recipe websites. That's the one I should click. No wonder it's the first one that Etsy shows me, right? It gets the highest click-through rate. It probably gets the most conversion rate, even though look at the prices. It is tons of times more expensive than everything else in here, right? If you only invest in ads, right? If you're just buying ads here, consumers, right? You're going to be this guy. I have never heard of you, and also olive wood is never going to work to make pesto. So no, sorry, BF cart. No offense, but come on. The more you put into other channels, the better the duopoly performs, right? When you build up brand affinity and recognition and trust, your click-through rates go up, your conversion rates go up, the cost you pay per click ends up going down, and Facebook and Google become better channels for you to do advertising. So let's talk about strategy here. It is very simple. I am proposing the most simple marketing 101 type of strategy to expand your marketing beyond Facebook and Google. And that is step one, figure out who your customers are. If you don't already know or can't describe them, you need to figure that out. If you do already know them, get some insights and details about who they are, and then you can find the messages that resonate with them, right? I love using survey data for this. I'll talk a little bit about that. We've done this relatively effectively at SparkToro. I did it previously at Moz. And then you want to uncover the sources that influence those right customers, discover where they engage, and amplify the messages that work in the places your customers pay attention. This is marketing, right? Simple 5-step process. So I'm not just going to end there. I'm going to provide some tactical tips, 7 tactical tips for beyond the duopoly marketing that I hope can help you. First off, if you have a choice of where to send web traffic from anywhere else, choose your own platform, right? If I give you a choice between, well, you could send traffic to your website, the Inn at Langley, this is a hotel on Whidbey Island here in the Northwest of the United States, or to your Google My Business page, choose the website. Choose the website. You want to learn where and how your audience's buyer journey starts. And I love search data for this. I think, whatever you're using, Google Suggest or Moz or Ahrefs or your Google Ads account, you want to figure out what are the topics that are bringing people to have awareness around my product, right? So people are looking for getaways close to Seattle. They're looking for safe vacationing spots. They're looking for weekend trips. These are all the kinds of things that resonate with the Inn at Langley, right? And then I want to uncover what are the publications, what are the steps in that journey, right? The people and publications that influence or nudge along the buyer's journey. That could be things like news. It could be things like articles and content marketing. It could be raw search alone. It could be podcasts. It could be webinars. It could be events, whatever it is. I want to find where my audience pays attention. So people who end up talking about Whidbey Island online, right, the place where the Inn at Langley is, what do they follow? Where can I reach them? Well, okay, there's a Chamber of Commerce, there's a bunch of weekly newspapers, there's local stores, right? There's news providers, both in the region and out of the region. This makes sense, right? This is the media that is being paid attention to by this audience. I also strongly recommend adding to this any sources that previously worked for you. So I went into, you go into your Google Analytics, you see, hey, that website sent us really good traffic. Not just a lot of traffic. A lot of traffic is nice, but a lot of traffic that converted to whatever it is, signing up for our email newsletter, or reaching out for a quote, or clicking on our click to call button, or buying something from us. Boom, I can take that data. Hey, Seattle Mag sent really good traffic to Innit Langley. Let's go plug it into SimilarWeb and see what other websites people who visit seattlemag.com also visit. This is a no-brainer. And it's free. This is totally free, as long as you don't start signing in. Hot tip on SimilarWeb, don't start the sign-up process, or they will only ever show you the pricing page again. So you have to be, or you can do an incognito window and they'll keep showing the free version. Once you have these sources that nudge along your audience's journey, that sent you good traffic in the past, my advice is not just to reach out for whatever, a link for SEO, right? You want to get coverage from them. And that means asking for things that other people don't usually ask for. I have a whole bunch of advice in here. I don't have time in this presentation to get into it, but I would urge you to check it out. And these outreach tips are better than anything you'll find searching Google, because this post does not rank on page 1. What can I say? I got worse at SEO after I left Moz, maybe? I don't know. All right, second tip. If you're buying ads, I urge you to know your audience and know them better than your competition, because you will be able to run more resonant ads that perform better. So if I'm profit well, right, I can get some data in order to run better ads. I like starting with surveys because I like statistically significant data. I try to get, when I was starting SparkToro, and even as we've been growing the last 4 months after launch, I've been trying to get like a lot of statistically valid data on, a few hundred people who've either visited our website, or are interested in audience intelligence, or have signed up and tried the free version of the tool, right? And so I get a lot of data about this. Like, what do their companies do? Oh, they do consulting. Oh, they do sales and marketing training. How'd they hear about SparkToro? Oh, they heard about me on a webinar. That is highly convenient. Someone must have taken this screenshot with the fact that they might do a webinar in mind. The jokes don't get better from here, people. You're either laughing at this, or it's gonna be, a rough ride. How would you describe your role, right? How is SparkToro assisting you with your job? These kinds of questions. With that survey data, I love also adding some interview, some real interviews, right? So talking to people one-to-one, ask them questions. If you run a local business, this works out great. If you run any kind of business where you have phone calls or regular interactions with customers or potential customers, this is awesome. Every week I talk to, half a dozen agency owners or people who work in web marketing, right? Who are generally SparkToro's customers. And I ask them about what they're doing and how they're solving this problem. If I go to Schmaltzy's, this is my local Jewish delicatessen, and they ask me questions like, oh, what brought you in today? I love this when I encounter the owner of a small business. I'm sure you get this too, right? And you talk to them and they're like, oh, tell us about what you're looking for here. By the way, my grandfather, who is 94 years old, lives over in West Seattle. I told him there was a Jewish deli near me. Okay, Button. He calls me Button. Okay, Button. I want you to get me half a pound of the pastrami. I also want the matzo ball soup. Your grandmother would like to try the latkes. I'm like, okay, Papa. I bring him a huge order, and I don't know what it is. I think my grandparents, like, as they've transitioned from their 80s into their 90s, their criticism has become much more blunt. Like, they don't give an F about what anybody thinks, right? So, Papa, how is the stuff? We didn't like the soup. The matzo balls were too sticky. Okay, Papa, I'll let them know. Like, they like the black and whites. Schmaltzy's black and whites apparently have got it, but the rest, they're from New York, right? So of course they're picky. But so, okay, back to our. I would love to imitate my grandfather all day. I can just do that in a future webinar. In addition to survey and interview data, audience intelligence tools can help too, right? If you want data at scale about your customers, your audience, you can plug in your brand or similar brands or publications that your audience follows, or people they pay attention to, or words and phrases that describe them. And tools like SparkToro, there's a couple others, Audience and Helixa.ai, are also in this space. They can give you like data about here is how those people describe themselves. Here are words and phrases that appear on many of their profiles and bios. Here are frequently used shares, hashtags in their shares and content. Here are words and phrases that they use when they are commenting online or pushing, putting up posts on Facebook and Twitter and Reddit and YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. That data at scale, also super valuable for ad targeting. And so you take this and you craft ads that resonate to exactly the right audiences, and you can get a shred of competitive advantage over your competitors who don't know the audiences as well, or who don't know your audience as well. Number 3, if you would like to claw and drag away visitors from Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, et cetera, you have to optimize for something called engagement streaks, right? Essentially, all of the platforms at this point have built up their algorithms to reward content creators on the platforms who post high engagement streaks, meaning consistent earning of lots of engagement that bring people to the network and bring them back. This means you sort of have to give the network what they want. This is from my Twitter analytics, right? You can see how well each of my tweets do. What's fascinating here, right, is none of these tweets were seen by even 20% of the people who actually follow me, right? So when you look at a giant number like, oh, this person has whatever, 1 million followers. Yeah, but still, they're probably, most of their tweets probably don't reach 100,000 people, right? So, and impressions and engagement data. If I want to reach a lot of people on Twitter or LinkedIn or Facebook or Reddit, I have to give the network content that keeps people on the platform. So generally speaking, you can test this yourself. I hope to release some research maybe early part of next year around this. Content on these networks, posts and shares that don't contain a link tend to do much better than those that do. And this is why you can see the the Instagram link in bio thing, which is obviously a workaround there, but LinkedIn does this a lot too. You'll see someone post something to LinkedIn and then they'll say, check the comment for my link, and then they'll be the first comment on their own post because they know that it'll show to more people on LinkedIn. It is a little squirrely. Posts that earn either one of two things: repeat visits and clicks, or more replies. So if any of you are part of sort of email groups or like whatever, private sharing groups where you say like, hey, would you go retweet this? Would you go share this for me? Let me urge you, 2 years ago, I would have told you, yes, go ask for a share on LinkedIn, go ask for a share on Facebook, go ask for a retweet on Twitter. Now I would tell you, comments. More comments are what make those algorithms show your post to more people. And C, it tends to be the case that shocking headlines, surprising content, things people don't expect, visual and video formats, no surprise, those work really well. You also have to play to your followers, right? And for better or worse, it is almost certainly the case that, especially when we talk about brands, followers of your brand on these social networks want consistency of focus. I do not obey this rule, right? I personally share politics. I share, risotto recipes. I share, pictures of me making pasta. I'll share criticism of Google and Facebook. I'll share audience intelligence tips. I'm a little bit all over the place because I don't want to be constrained. But you should know that if you want to do well, it tends to be the case people don't like that deviation. High controversy content obviously works really well. The question is whether you want to wade into those waters. Controversy can mean a lot of things, but belief reinforcing content tends to do extraordinarily well. If your followers are WordPress folks, right? People who use the WordPress platform are very obsessed with that, and you seriously dislike a change that WordPress made in whatever, 5.5.1, they probably dislike it too. That type of content can do pretty well. It's controversial, it's belief reinforcing, right? It earns amplification following. Also easy to consume and process, which is why it tends to be the case that on average, shorter, more visual, more emotional content works really well. How do you do this? How do you play to these algorithms? simple formula. Basically, I do high engagement, non-promotional post with no link. Another one. Then I've earned a little bit of algorithmic reputation. So I do a promotion, right? Something that draws a click back to the property that I want. Now I do high engagement, non-promotional, high engagement, non-promotional, again, to build that back up. These, right, the ones in blue are earning me brand exposure and more followers. And this one is capitalizing on the algorithmic reputation that I built to send the clicks back to my site. All right, number 4, viral worthy, brandable visuals. We're all in marketing, right? So we've almost certainly seen these. I don't even have to tell you what company it's from. You all know it's eMarketer, because that black, that red, that gray, they don't even make these charts. These charts are not theirs. They don't do the research. They just take our research, including research I've done and published on SparkToro and Moz, and just make them into black and red and gray, and then boom, right? They're the ones that get shared a lot because eMarketers built up a brand around this viral-worthy visuals. Liz and Molly, one of my favorite ones, you can see over the course of the last 2 years since their book came out, which is about bringing your emotions to work. It's called, wait, I have it here. This is such a great book. It's called No Hard Feelings. And they have, they have a bunch of visuals in here. Well, okay, that one. Yeah, look, adorable, right? So they have built up this brand around their own branded visuals that have this style from one of the authors. Food 52, competitor to Serious Eats, right? They show, here you go. Look at, you can see the difference between using a chef's knife or a blender or a pestle and mortar, right? And why the pestle and mortar gets you exactly the kind of pesto that you want. This isn't quite as high res as what you'd want to look at. But what are they doing? They post these partially, right? Part of these to all the networks, and then they drive traffic back to their site, because if you want to see the full visual, you want to see the whole recipe, you got to go back. They're creating curiosity and emotional engagement. Super smart. This works, by the way, really well for small local businesses too, if you have some visual content that is compelling. So this is the Fremont Vintage Mall near me. This is Eye Care, which is an optometrist that I go to. This is Revel Seattle, which is one of my favorite local restaurants. Visual content, right? Works really well to grow audiences and to bring people back to you again and again. I tried a miniature version of this experiment. My lift, so you can see these 4 posts where I'm pictured against a whiteboard. It's that whiteboard over there. Oh, look at that. And basically just like drew up some little things that coincided with the blog post I was publishing. And then I posted those and compared them to how my previous posts have done. I got about 35% on average lift by using these consistent visuals. Not too shabby, right? That's serious traffic. All right, number 5, use the news. Oh my God, the news is obsessed with finding businesses, small business owners, and seeing how they're doing, especially right now, and probably for the foreseeable future, fortunately or unfortunately. And so the formula is, right, we basically, you plug in word that describes your business plus city name, you hit search, you see what content and context and what topics are being used, and now you can take, these are the topics that will get me coverage, right? Or likely to get my business coverage. These are the publications that are likely to cover me. These are the types of stories that will earn that coverage. Awesome, love it, because you can pitch, you can then go do those pitches really, really well. Once you have a topic and a pitch target, the outreach for coverage gets way easier, right? If I know that Seattle hair salons, there's a whole, raft of coverage about how outdoor haircuts are going, or the emotions around the relationship between the barber and customer. It's not called barber always, right? Barber is only for men. What's the hair technician? The salonist? Must be, okay, well, we'll figure that out later.
Stylist.
Sorry? Stylist. Yes, exactly. Stylist. Thank you. Right? That these are the things that are going. So now I can look at these publications and I know what to pitch them. And thanks to personalization in our feeds and the default, I don't know if you've seen, but if you fire up Google News on your phone, they now default as of like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, to the welcome to For You, right? So For You, it's trying to personalize, which means you get a lot more localized content, usually depending on where you are. You can see me for Seattle, right? Google is also pushing really hard on Google Discover, especially in Android devices. So PR, local PR and outreach, great way to build up that brand demand, brand recognition, like we talked about with Nuovo Marmotecnica, right? I can get in front of a bunch of people before I advertise to them. Number 6, capture every email you can. Email is so powerful. Look, I'll show you. So I compared the data from MailChimp's benchmark, MailChimp's industry benchmark for open rates and click-through rates to the engagement rates from Facebook, 252 times higher. If it were me and I were offered 1,000 new Facebook fans or followers or likes, page likes, whatever they're called, or one email address, I'd take the one email address. I would. One email address, in my opinion, is worth 1,000 Facebook likes. Just straight up, that is my opinion, right? There is huge pent-up demand, both on consumer and B2B right now. This post from Lily Ray showing the traffic. She's showing impressions and clicks for a tattoo client in New York City, right? Where essentially, demand, of course, when COVID started, dropped off a cliff. And then you can see that as it rises again, it is a significant amount above the old average. And emails are a fantastic way to convert pent-up demand into conversions and purchases, right? So when you see what these are looking like, my understanding is the HubSpot data, I should include that in a future version of this presentation, but the HubSpot data was showing that essentially conversion rate from email marketing rose dramatically after sort of May, June period here in the United States. No surprise, right? That's when people are like, okay, I guess the world's not ending. Let's go buy stuff. If you're an email pro, what we use at SparkToro is a combination of MailChimp and Mailgun. I like both those services a lot. It's a good combo. If you are new to email marketing, especially if you're a small business or a local small business, I really like Tidings. It's inexpensive and very easy to set up. Their pitch is basically, you're already creating your email newsletter for your customers, but you're doing it on social media. You should do it on your own site with content you control and a platform you control. And I could not agree more. Last but not least, if you want budget for all of this, to do these more creative forms of marketing, audit your ads, right? Ad Espresso actually has a terrific guide to auditing Google Ads, and you can save an enormous amount of money by going through and looking for poor converting search terms, poorly converting ads, poorly converting display properties, poorly converting sections of YouTube that you're putting them on, poorly converting audiences in Facebook. I'd urge you not to rely on brand safety tools. They position themselves as doing auditing. They really don't. Brand safety tools tend to just pull your content away from journalistic sources and not away from what I'd call either sources you don't want to be associated with or sources that are poorly converting. So don't fall for that line. There's a lot of these pitches out there. I do really like the service Check My Ads. This is from Nandini Jami, who is one of the co-founders of Sleeping Giants, and Claire Adkin. Very, very good service. And I like the Saving Benjamin's Light tool, which is from Seer Interactive. And Seer's built a whole big data practice around making programmatic advertising more attractive by removing the wasted spend. Super smart. And then you can take the money that you saved from these audits and put it toward places that will expand your opportunity beyond the duopoly. This is my strong suggestion to you. And with that, thank you so much. I will be, this recording and the slides will be made available by Kristen and everyone. And you can, of course, try SparkToro if you'd like as well. And I am gonna give you all back the screen. Okay, yeah.
Rand, um, got just a couple quick announcements. Let me find them. Sorry. Um, like to recognize that we have people from as far away as Netherlands watching our YouTube, watching the stream. So that's really cool. We got global. Um, Remind you at 12:30 we've got a sponsor activity on the front here in this session, in this location. At 4:10 we've got the icebreaker. If you'll click on the schedule, if you go to schedule and click on the session you want to attend, there's links to either watch or participate in each of those sessions. So you can use that. And also on the homepage, there's the link to the how to get the most out of WordCamp Asheville post, and that tells you where everything is. So with that, I'd like to introduce Cliff Seal. Wait, we got 3 minutes. We're going to wait for 3 more minutes until we turn it over to Cliff for his talk on in just a minute.
uh,
Can you communicate to Mark he's live?
Mark is live. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, we just got another minute. Okay, I'm good. I'll leave. Bye.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. What an exciting Saturday. It is Saturday, right? What a fantastic weekend. What a fantastic way to start your day. This is the excitement of WordCamp here in Asheville, North Carolina. My name is Mark Zarnecki. I am reporting from Hatchworks co-working space. Super excited to introduce our next presentation, Cliff Seal on WordPress administrator roles. Cliff, I see your microphone's on mute. I want to make sure you are ready, sir. With this being said, I'm going to roll it over to you, sir.
Thanks so much, Mark. Yeah, I try to keep that mic on mute because I never know what it sounds like to be drinking a breakfast smoothie to somebody on the other end of the internet. All right. Thanks so much for that intro. So I'm really excited to talk about this today. I've gotten an opportunity to think a little bit differently about how we can take WordPress, manage it, change the way that our clients and our customers experience it, and honestly react to some changes in the way that WordPress as a project is, for lack of a better term, kind of behaving in the last several years. And so, as with most things in 2020, we have to kind of claw our way out of negativity and into, okay, what can I do, positively speaking, to make the change happen that I need to have happen? And so that's a little bit of what I want to talk about. And I think it's important to kind of sit here, and I like to sit on this title slide for just a minute and just kind of observe the moment that we're all in terms of having the sensation of so many things kind of happening to us, so many things that feel totally detached from our ability to make the decisions that create the outcomes that affect our lives. Instead, everything from COVID to the largest protest movement that's ever happened in world history this year, to the sad state of fires and wildfires out in the West right now, to the fact that yesterday I was mountain biking, and though I wear a ton of gear and consider myself to be relatively good at it, I still managed to fall and do some cool stuff yesterday. And things just kind of happen to us. And I think it's important to sit with that and feel that and recognize that there are things that happen that are beyond our control and that they're going to be a little bit difficult to process. And we really don't have a way around sitting with them and figuring out what they mean to us and just what we can do with the reality that we have. And yet, I think one of the things that we've learned together as a society in 2020, we mentioned that there are people from as far as the Netherlands watching on live stream right now, and that's awesome. Around the world, I think one of the I certainly don't need to find a positive aspect of everything that's going on because my Lord, but one I think interesting thing that we'll always remember about this is that for the first time in maybe human history, we were all connected all around the world with the same thing. We all had the same thing happen to us at the same time. And we all got to take, as individuals, as countries, as communities, different actions to try to deal with coronavirus, with COVID. And I think what that did bring out to us is where it does and doesn't work to use collective action, where our individual actions might not be able to really move the needle in a way that we want. I know as a person who wears a mask all the time in a state that's still really struggling with COVID, that not everybody is willing to take that individual action. And so it's frustrating to me, right? I'm taking that action, I'm being safe, and I can't make everyone else do it. And yet collectively, spread out across our huge community, we did do things like flatten the curve this year to make sure that our healthcare system could stand up and deal with the situation that we were in. And so I think it's incredibly important, even inside the context of something like WordPress, to recognize the difference between the sensation of things happening to us that we can't control and the reality that some things are able to be changed if we can assert ourselves both individually and then thinking collectively. And so, like, understanding this difference can concentrate our efforts and focus our resolve and strengthen this muscle of collective action. And so even though we're talking about WordPress, and even though that doesn't rise to the same level of importance as the things that we've talked about, I think we can apply this feeling and this sensation of having so much happen and at the same time having to figure out, without a ton of coordination all the time, how can we change that? How can we deal with all the change that's coming all of the time? And I think that that's an important way to think about the evolving role of WordPress administration. Because when I say WordPress administrator today, I don't just mean the label that we gave to the role inside of the WordPress software that enables people to control practically everything inside of an instance. What I mean by administrator is something more traditional, more software oriented. And I think that that becomes very important because there's a long-standing pattern in the WordPress space that's been accelerating over the last several years. The community around WordPress is decisively not the decision maker for the WordPress project. And so we have this experience of changes in WordPress, whether you like them or not. The changes in WordPress are often happening to the majority of us, and it can feel like that we have honestly little or no control over those outcomes. And yet these huge, very impactful changes are showing up in regular WordPress releases, honestly with no real warning, unless you're preparing yourself for what's coming down the pipe in a WordPress release. And I think it's also important to note that it's happening to many of us who have felt like we've kind of gone to bat for WordPress, both the project and the code base itself, for over a decade, specifically because these types of changes kind of weren't supposed to happen this way. And so we've told clients to believe in the WordPress project. We've leveraged our trusted relationships to prop up this WordPress ideology. And yet these huge changes are happening. And most importantly, that means they're happening to our clients, the people who pay us to understand WordPress and to help them understand how to use it and how to make sure they can get on with their lives and get their business or their organization off the ground, growing, or whatever needs to happen. And so these big important things that change and shift the way WordPress works are clearly evident, right? Like I think the easiest one is the Gutenberg project, in which any definition of the WordPress community at least wanted to slow or more insert more thoughtfulness into the way that it rolled out for a lot of good reasons. The block editor brought some deep consequential changes to long-standing workflows that people have gotten used to every day, day in and day out for years. And so changes like that to WordPress affect our clients, and yet they're shipping by default without community consent, despite a number of people, including myself, investing in WordPress specifically because it was always what we called backwards compatible. We believed in that philosophy and we trusted it. We could always say to our clients and to ourselves that it was safe to upgrade because of the philosophy of backwards compatibility, that staying up to date is always the right thing to do no matter what, because any upgrade of WordPress will always work and will never break anything. So I want to give you a perspective today, and it's a perspective from someone who works in enterprise software. And part of my job is to make sure that I understand what software looks like as changes roll out over time. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what I want to say, or at least give you as a perspective to think about, is that WordPress is no longer backwards compatible. That phrase has been doing way too much heavy lifting. And so this isn't the case anymore, because experiences, workflows have to be backwards compatible for this philosophy to actually work in practice. And that's simply and plainly not the case anymore. There are these huge consequential changes that are being treated as opt out for every end user instead of opting in, which would normally be the proper way to roll out major changes to software that's being used and powering businesses around the world. And so, like I said, in my day job, I work really specifically with software that the largest companies in the world use. And one of our core instruments for gaining and maintaining trust with customers is never changing their workflow unless we're clearly improving it, unless users can see and understand that value immediately. And unless we can make that clear, we would never do things this way. And so I would risk losing my job to try to push for some of the new ways that we make changes to WordPress releases, some of the ways that workflows change overnight between one version and another, because we value our existing customer relationships too much. And that's just a classically different environment than WordPress and the WordPress that we're used to. But I think that environment can give us a lot to think about. Because in this reality, your clients need expertise and nuance to guide the rollout of these new features and changes. Upgrading by default may be safe for their code base. It may be safe for their data, but it's not safe for their work. It's not safe for the job that they need to get done. So the WordPress project clearly will not defend the end user's experience. The WordPress project has different goals. It doesn't bother seemingly the project to personify it, to change a major workflow, because they're targeting something else, right? Making the block editor opt out instead of opt in indicates to us that existing productive users are not the target audience for new features. We should take that ideology at face value. including independent decisions that are made in contrast to community feedback. This is not a judgment. This is not a moral statement. It's a statement of reality that I want to give you to help you figure out how to think more deeply about using WordPress with your clients so that you can be thoughtful about what that experience is like for them, because it's certainly different than it used to be. So we want to accept this reality and respond to it. And so this is the way I want you to think about it today. WordPress needs less consultants and designers, what we've traditionally used as kind of a label for people who know enough about WordPress to construct things in a reliable way. And instead, we need more invested administrators of WordPress. I mentioned how we roll out updates to enterprise software in my day job. Even with all the protections to avoid changing a user's workflow, okay? So even though all the things I mentioned are true, we're essentially, as an experienced lead, I can't propose a design that's gonna majorly change a workflow unless it's abundantly and validatedly, if I can use that, clear to our users that the change is positive and will result in the same workflow or a faster workflow that they had before. So even with all of those built-in protections and gut checks to avoid changing a user's workflow, we still provide a mechanism for administrators to own their end users' experience by allowing them to explicitly roll out impactful changes on their own terms. And this is for a number of reasons, but one of them is they may have customized the platform to suit their business. And so changes may work in unexpected ways, right? When you're shipping features into a platform that then gets used to build other features, we can't test the infinity of possibilities that then are created by what this might look like in everyone's individual customized instance. And so I want you to think about that and how it relates to WordPress is actually really similar now, because you may be an expert helping clients assemble projects. You may help them write great code, or you may just write the great code yourself. You may be an expert in recommending themes and plugins and hosts. All those things are great. They're very important. But I also want to encourage you today to begin looking for opportunities to administer WordPress in a professional way, because many of your clients need it, whether they know they do or not. You may be doing some functions of it now, whether you realize you are or not. And I want you to be more intentional about it. And I want to show you throughout this talk today, like why I think that that's worth looking into and what it really looks like in practice. And just as a note, managed hosting is not a replacement for this concept. That's just a tool in your belt. Automatically updating things, automatically checking for uptime, security, caching, optimization, all these things are obviously really, really important, but that's not administration itself. Administration is expertise. Administration is taking your expertise and then ensuring that the end result of the software meets the needs of your clients. So let's talk about what this really starts to look like. It means that for the clients you serve, your role is to be aware of pending change and then to absorb the disruption that comes from that change. You then, after you absorb that disruption yourself, I know what's coming. I know that the change has now come into a version, or it's about to come into a version, or I understand how this is going to unveil itself to my users. I absorb it as an administrator, and then I dispense it to clients in a more sensible way, in a thoughtful way that's designed for the individual end user of the WordPress website that you've created. The WordPress project cannot think, like we've mentioned, of the infinite number of possibilities of a customized version of WordPress and how the new version or a new feature is going to impact every one of those individual instances. So the project can't do this for you. So absorbing disruption means thinking more, possibly a lot more than you are used to, about the implications of every version of WordPress, mostly the major versions, but every version of a plugin, every version of a theme, and then deciding how to best manage and present those changes to your clients. So it means absorbing disruption. So let's break this down. First, administering WordPress, absorbing this disruption, means evaluating core features ahead of time. Now, it's relatively inconsequential for someone who is fully new to a WordPress website or WordPress interface to experience whatever the latest version is. So put on your empathy hat, for lack of a better word. Think about your end users who know a lot less about WordPress than you do. Okay, their only experience of WordPress is however they've experienced it. So if they've never seen it before, never really worked with it, never built their business on top of it, then whatever version of WordPress that they get, however it works today, the block editor and the way that it works is the way WordPress works to them. And that's okay. That's great. That is separate from what it's like for people who already have an experience with WordPress. Because those folks who haven't had experience with it haven't established muscle memory with workflows. As a user experience professional, that is a real thing. People are tremendously used to not thinking in detail about everything that's on a screen once they've established a workflow that they need to do on a regular basis, like creating content or taxonomizing it, or maybe even adding a new page to their website, right? It becomes a lot like driving for us. We don't really notice that we're not thinking about it anymore. That's sort of the point. We start to internalize, our body is able to do these things on a less than conscious level. And so similarly, that's how people get used to software, especially if they're using their website on any sort of regular basis. And so these existing users, it's important to remember, who do have the muscle memory, who do rely on this piece of software to run their business, they're not spending time, at least virtually none of them are, reading make.wordpress.org and preparing for changes and engaging in community discussion about what's a good idea to put out in the next release. It's not their job to do that. And honestly, I wouldn't wish that sort of infuriating gaslighting on anyone else other than those who really need to be able to do it, because it's a wild place out there advocating for change. An administrator deals with this as an expert. By staying involved, you can then predict the impact on your end users by paying attention to what's about to come down the pipe for a new WordPress release. You can perceive what this will look like in your individual instances. You can think about what it will mean for your end user, and you can begin deciding what the rollout should look like based on what's likely to ship in the next release, right? We'll mention this maybe a little bit later, but like one example of this right now. So we're in September of 2020, WordPress 5.6 is getting shaped up. And one thing that's there is the possibility of widgets looking pretty different. That's something you need to be aware of. You need to check out what that's going to look like if you are wanting to administer a WordPress installation for other people, and especially if they're paying you for it and they already use widgets for something important, right? That experience is going to change. And we know for a fact that it's just going to change overnight as soon as they upgrade, right? So as a reminder as well, on top of that, because this is a real responsibility you have as an administrator in this environment, these decisions are often happening at the last minute without a lot of community input as well. It sort of smells a little bit sometimes like how governments decide really late on Friday night to do more controversial things to kind of get it past the radar because we actually don't want to involve a bunch of people in discussion about what's about to happen. Though I think this is definitely happening with a lot less malicious intent. The people who work on this are good people. They want to do good work. But the reality, again, the reality separate from the way that we want it to work is that a smaller group of people relative to the large community are making very impactful decisions. And it's often happening, again, at the last minute, right before a release goes out. So as these kind of opt-out changes come into view, you start deciding whether this will benefit your clients or get in their way. Or another way to say it, I guess, would be these changes that are coming that are not going to be easily opted out of. You start deciding whether this will benefit your clients or whether it's going to impede their path. If what's coming down the pipe will benefit them, prepare for it and communicate with your clients. That's how you administer it. If it's not going to help them, you have to figure out the best way to mitigate it. You have to absorb that and then figure out how to dispense it. So let's talk about good changes, for instance, in core features. So I want to give you some examples of ones that you could look at, know about, evaluate, and then honestly not worry about that much, right? For instance, the site health dashboard that shipped a few releases ago, I think. It's awesome. It's really great work. It's beautifully designed, it's easy to understand, and critically, this is important for thinking about administration, it stands apart and distinct from other features. So by adding it, it doesn't change anything that already exists. It's simply a new opportunity to surface information to certain users inside of WordPress. No one has an existing workflow that will be impacted by the new existence of a site health dashboard. I hope this is starting to make sense, the way that you're kind of thinking about the way that changes would impact your users down the road. And instead of thinking earlier about how do I want to manage this? Another example of a positive change that does affect an existing workflow, but is positive enough to roll it out immediately, are changes to the file editor, which help keep you from basically like blank white screen of deathing your entire site and locking yourself out because you forgot a semicolon trying to paste in something that you found off of Google, right? This change rules, okay? It's awesome. I'm so glad that it happened. It will only prevent damage. It will not change the existing experience. It doesn't meaningfully change how you edit the files themselves. It just protects you from making an accident that you don't want to make. And so that's great, right? It doesn't have to make editing files in the editor ideal. You don't have to promote that to people. You don't even have to surface it if they don't already have access to it. But hopefully you can see why that's an example of a change or an update to an existing workflow that's safe. It's only going to add value, so therefore it's safe to roll out immediately in almost every case. So let's be honest though, okay? We've talked about good features. We've talked about good features that ship that are separate from workflows. We've talked about good features that are a part of workflows but are safe because they only prevent damage and they add value. But some new features that are getting shipped are, I'm just gonna be honest with you, I'm a user experience professional. These are trash for existing users. Okay, some of these changes in recent releases of WordPress should have been rolled out differently, and that's not going to happen. And so you have to use these opportunities to absorb disruption. Let me give you an example. In WordPress 5.4, we shipped a full screen by default editor. I make absolutely no apologies for saying this was a garbage decision that violates virtually every basic usability principle. This is like junior designer stuff, okay? What you're looking at on this screen are a bunch of icons without labels, including when you start editing the content themselves. It is extremely confusing to people who don't already know what's going on in the block editor, like very well. And yet what we chose to do instead is the first time you opened up content on an existing website after you upgraded to 5.4, everything went full screen like this. Now, think about this. Just try to use a beginner's mind for a moment. Look at this screen. How do I get back to the menu that I used to navigate WordPress? Where is it? That's how I get around the entire application. I literally know, or excuse me, I'm very familiar with WordPress. I've been doing it for a decade. I had no idea how to get around anymore. I personally had to start clicking around to even figure this out. Okay, so consider, again, administration is about seeing and perceiving things like this and thinking about your end users who are almost certainly less technical and knowledgeable than you are about the WordPress experience. You got to think about the way that they're going to experience this sort of thing. And so think, again, like use the exercise of thinking about being a less technical person than you probably are. You are clicking the same links and the same buttons in the same workflow that you have in your WordPress website for years and years, and yet clicking the same links and the same buttons, you're presented with a totally different experience following the same workflow just because you upgraded. On top of it, you may not even be aware that WordPress was upgraded, so you don't even have that contextual clue to understand that that's what caused this change. And like a simple user experience principle that's always good to kind of keep in your pocket and that helps with administration is that when something goes wrong, people blame themselves. And you might not think that that's a bad thing, but what happens is everyone's confidence takes a hit. Everyone who had this happen to them said, "What did I do wrong?" And then experience doubt about their ability to use a platform that's supposed to rescind into the background so that they can get on with their lives and their business and create content, right? When you hit people's confidence like that, you make them less willing to continue to work with an existing platform. You make them less willing to learn the next thing that they need to learn to be better at using their website, it makes everything more difficult for them. And just to make sure we're super clear, okay, you should not expect this behavior to change despite it being obviously wrong. If you just search for WordPress Full Screen Editor 5.4 in Google, the top results are all about turning it off, because WordPress did not ship an actually helpful mechanism for opting out of this change either. So it should have been opt in to begin with. That was wrong that it wasn't. And in addition to that, it wasn't an easy thing to turn off either. This is basic usability stuff, and it just didn't happen. That's not good, but it's reality. And that's what I want to show you so that you can think about the importance of administration. I also included some screenshots because we talked about late breaking decisions that are not made using community feedback. This was one of them. This was made as a decision at the last minute, despite the fact that the most active people in the community were saying, definitely don't do this. This is not a good idea, especially this late in the release. This is reality. It's okay. Let's acknowledge it, and then let's figure out how to make this better for our clients. Now, some features just require preparation, as I've mentioned. And so to put it concisely, administration means that you're reading change logs, which may be something you do already, and if so, great. You will feel less dorky doing it more often. For those of you that haven't, welcome to the dork. You'll really enjoy it. It's actually a list of things that change. It's actually really nice. Just sometimes you got to get around a little bit of technical jargon to understand, but change logs tell you what happened in the code, and it helps you to predict again what's actually going to change down the pipe for your users. So, for instance, changes in WordPress 5.3 to media files required a lot of coordination and thought, actually. It affected the way that media was uploaded and processed, but the changes were transparent to the user. Now, those changes were much needed. They're awesome. It benefits everyone, but it could have hidden consequences on existing customizations, right? Hopefully you're seeing this pattern over and over again. It's about what opportunities are coming down the pipe. How does this affect the existing things that I own? How do I want to mitigate anything that could be problematic? So let's use an example of how this goes well when you're reading change logs too. Okay, I use Delicious Brains products on a ton of sites. Hopefully it's okay for me to say that, I'm not sure, but I think they're great. They were on top of this change. They proactively communicated to me as a customer what it meant for me as a customer of theirs so that I could think about how to serve my clients. If they had not let me know about that, I might not have been aware of what would have literally presented cascading failures across practically every site I manage just because I had upgraded WordPress, which is that thing that we were taught to do, right? And then what would have happened on top of that is not only would I have done that, but I wouldn't have known that I had done that to all of my clients. And then what's the rule? They would have thought that they did something wrong because that's what people assume. All of a sudden, basic media uploading isn't working. They lose confidence in the thing that I need them to have confidence in. So that's how you can deal with WordPress core. I also want to give you some other ways to think about being a WordPress administrator when it comes to plugins and themes. These are not new concepts, but they're still really important. They've been very valuable to me and to the people that I've had the pleasure of serving over the last decade or so with WordPress. So plugins often, or at least sometimes, adhere to semantic versioning, which means we can actually tell when a major version that might break something is coming down the pipe. Now, WordPress itself infamously does not adhere to semantic versioning. That's why we can go from version 5.9 to 5.0, and it really doesn't mean anything different than going from 4.8 to 4.9. Now, at the very least, take your plugin versioning seriously, even if people aren't adhering to semantic versioning very well, okay? Major versions should be evaluated in a sandbox type environment before rolling out to your clients, right? Sandbox as in a staging, a test, a development environment, something that replicates the data it will actually be impacting, but is away from production. Minor versions to plugins should be considered safe, generally speaking, but here's the thing I want you to take away as an administrator as well, because we're talking about collective action and what we can do. If a plugin author breaks the trust of minor and patch versions, if they kind of break semantic versioning by shoving in big changes or messing up the rollout, it's time to find a new, more reliable source. Okay. At the very least, try to hold plugin authors accountable by giving them the feedback and encouraging them not to ship breaking changes in minor versions, right? So breaking changes are completely removing common APIs, completely removing hooks, completely removing filters, as opposed to just deprecating them or something like that. You should never be removing customizable or hookable functionality using a minor version of a plugin. It should only be in a major version where things and customizations need to be fully rewritten. Okay. Now let's talk about themes, because this is a messy reality. Themes and their updates and their versions are the Wild West, okay? And they have been for a really long time. Version numbers and themes, in my experience, are almost completely irrelevant. I think it's a lot better when you're getting them from the official WordPress repository, but I've seen, even in some of the most well-known themes anywhere, I've seen minor child themes, minor version upgrades completely change or even break the foundational styling of the theme. Just upgrading the theme to get what I thought were security updates turns out to break the look for my clients and their business, right? And so evaluating an update like that really requires, literally, again, reading the change log. Nothing else will save you other than reading the literal code and making a diff of everything and evaluating the code itself, which I'm almost certain you don't have time to do. A changelog is the closest thing to telling you exactly what changed. And it's a thing that you can give the plugin developers and authors feedback on. You can just ask them, if the changelog isn't working out well for you, if it's missing things, or if it's not really communicating what should be going on, at least give them that feedback. Hey, I'm reading your changelog. Will you please let me know next time before you change, for instance, the default font of this theme, which my clients hate now? Could you do that in the future? That would be great. So administration doesn't have to just be change management, but that's a huge part of it, right? You are building confidence downstream by absorbing all that change and only giving people the change that will benefit them. Once you feel confident about this change management, once you kind of have your sea legs, so to speak, you can then go about drilling in even further and making this experience even better than the default. And this is where I think WordPress gets really exciting, because administering WordPress means continuing to build that confidence for your users. And you can do that by tailoring the experience of WordPress for your individual client. Now, what's cool is I did a whole presentation on this back in 2015 called Friendlier, Safer WordPress Admin Areas. I also did another one not long after that called DIY WordPress Site Management. It uses a bunch of hooks and filters to show you how you can remove and hide unnecessary or dangerous features. And the reason I bring those old talks up is because almost all of those examples still work today. Because, for better or worse, WordPress code is, for the most part, backwards compatible, right? They don't just remove stuff without letting you know or giving you a lot of warning. And so those hooks and filters still work, and it's really awesome. Dangerous features like the file editor, which I talked about then, are less concerning now, but there's still some other places like the options area where a client could accidentally block robots and search engines from indexing their site, right? Thinking through what does it mean to give clients access to a particular feature so that they can always feel confident. That's the goal, no matter where they are in the interface. We used to have as a maxim as we were trying to spin up managed WordPress for kind of the first time ever a long time ago. Our maxim was breaking the site should be impossible. You should never be able to do something that fundamentally breaks your site from its intended purpose, which is for people to load it quickly, read your content, and have search engines index it, right? So one thing you can do, especially if you want to be really robust about it, do an audit of the features that are available in the admin area and consider on each of them, like put it on a spreadsheet and think about which users need access to or which parts users need access to in order to get their job done. So for instance, you might even consider managing the installation and deactivation of plugins. In a lot of scenarios, I have been able to totally disable the add new button in plugins, because actually what I'm trying to do is think for my customer. What do they need access to and what do they not need access to that could break their site? And so In my experience, it's easier to start with a secure by default mentality and then to open it up based on client feedback. In my experience, you can be honest with people because you're an expert and that's what you recommend. So if you're having a troubling experience as my client, just let me know, right? I get a question after I've disabled the add new plugin thing. Hey, why can't I add a plugin? Well, it's actually because we don't want you to accidentally download a plugin that'll break your site, because there's millions of plugins out there and most of them are kind of bad. Most of the time people are like, thank you for doing that for me. What should we do now? Right? You can be open to that. Think about security by default. You can also do simple things like removing the disable link from plugins or hiding the plugins from the plugin listing entirely if you've got things like security and caching plugins that you don't want people to be able to turn off. So it's all about building confidence. Now, it also means optimizing for focus. You can use these same hooks and filters and sometimes just like throwing in custom CSS into the admin area to hide further distracting and unhelpful items, even if they're not destructive. So I go the extra mile and I hide things that just don't work well. So let me give you an example from a plugin that I actually really love. And I think that they would receive this feedback. I use CSS to hide the little red notification dot that shows up in the Yoast SEO menu item in the top. And that's because when, as a user experience professional, I know that when people see a red number, a red circled number, it's an error. What did I do wrong? Okay, I need to click into this. What should I do? Sometimes it's an error in Yoast. Sometimes it's just giving you some helpful information. And that's okay. I want people to have access to that information, but what I don't want them to be is distracted by a red dot. And so I just remove it, okay? So that's an example of something you can think through. As well, many plugins and themes use the admin area as honestly their own personal advertising playground. I just disable this stuff for my clients, especially if you're handling the licensing for people. Remove all of that crap. Get that stuff out of there, okay? Remove things that people really don't need access to, because most plugins assume that any site that has the plugin activated is owned by the license holder, but we know for a fact that this isn't true. Licenses aren't even built that way a lot of the time, right? So you can do a check for a custom parameter or a role or a username to conditionally hide or show things. Like there are all sorts of options you can explore to really customize it and roll it out for folks. Now, speaking of plugins and licensing, I also want to encourage you to think deeply about support and licenses, okay? Because here's the thing, administering WordPress means that you're supporting all of the code, even though you probably didn't write most of it, right? If you can get the questions answered better than the third-party support of the plugin, have the clients come to you and not to end developers. Not only will people appreciate that, it will save everyone time, and they're likely to pay you for it if you do a good job for it. On top of that, we know that plugin support and theme support can vary wildly by company. And honestly, some of them just aren't very good with non-technical users, or even worse, I'm just going to be frank, I'm an extremely technical user, and some support isn't good for me either. Like a lot of times I pass along most of the answer and I still can't kind of get people to the last step in support. That's okay, accept this reality, right? And on top of that, on top of the fact that you can gain your client's trust, save everyone time, and potentially make a little bit of money if you provide value, I also just want you to remember what the normal debugging process is when you contact a third-party developer. What do they ask you to do? They ask you to disable everything that makes your site look like anything or work like anything. Disable all of the plugins except for the one that you think there's a problem with. Disable all of the themes, or disable the theme that actually makes your site look proper, and revert back to the original. So what you effectively have to do is create a sandbox environment in which you can safely do that, and then do support inside of that. And then on top of that, you've got to go and re-enable everything one by one and check to see if the issue came back or not, right? That's tedious and terrible work. You want to absorb that for your clients. And just to go the extra mile and tie several of these things back together, oftentimes when I want to absorb the support for clients, I will also go in and remove support links and support forums from plugins that build them in, so that we can make sure that we're not confused about who's contacting who. right? And so you can even do that if they hijack the links variable array in the plugins list. You can use a filter just to remove the extra links that plugins add in there. The way that WordPress is built, you can customize almost everything. And so there are lots of opportunities for you to figure out, how do I actually want WordPress to work for my clients and what's helpful to them? Finally, as you do all of these things, I want you to see that administering WordPress can mean personal growth for you. It's been really amazing to watch the WordPress community and the market grow and expand in the last, especially like 5 years or so, since I started working with a lot of folks to innovate in the what's now called managed WordPress space. So in 2014, I started a thing called Evermore. It was relatively unique in trying to do management of WordPress as a service. And we got some really interesting blog posts at the time that were sort of like, this is like WordPress as a service, and it's an emerging idea. Now, managed WordPress is ubiquitous. It's awesome. That's sick, right? We've managed to take all of the automatable parts of administration and automate them in great companies and in hosting environments and everything. That's awesome. But for you, when I think about personal growth, you can move your skills up market, so to speak, and you can deliver the WordPress that you know and love to your own end users. Because WordPress is a tool set for you to deploy. It's not the experience itself. The WordPress project should not be determining the experience for your clients. And so therefore, together and individually, right, we can think about how to make WordPress get rolled out to folks. Our collective action can effectively slow the rollout of disruptive experiences for our clients and can shield them from the politics and the changes designed specifically for new users. You can do that as an individual, and then we can do that together by saying, we're seeing a shift in the way the WordPress project works. We want to absorb and distribute that out to our individual users. And so ultimately, you can design and you can control that experience, and you can take the responsibility of what it looks like to take WordPress and show other people what it will mean for the next 1, 2, 5, 10 years. You can help determine how people will continue or not continue to use WordPress in the future by thinking deeply about WordPress administration and thinking about your evolving role in that process. But thank you so much for taking that time with me today to talk about this. I hope I've given you some things to think about and chew on.
Absolutely, Cliff. Absolutely. That was some great information, and I owe you an apology, Cliff. I wasn't prepared on my side here, and didn't do you the due justice of introducing you as a principal designer at Salesforce, and I'm reading it off of your bio on the WordCamp site. So thank you so much. We do have a quick question I'm going to ask. Is the functions.php file specific to a theme? And that's a little bit above my head. So first of all, if you could just quickly talk about functions.php and how it relates to theme and what you would do in managing administratively.
Sure thing. I'd love to do it. This is something that has stuck around in WordPress for a long time. I'd be happy to help people avoid some of the trouble that a lot of us have managed to encounter. The functions.php file is virtually always a single file that's associated with your active theme. And it enables you to, because of the way that the WordPress system looks for that particular file, it runs these things in the right order so that effectively anything in theory that you want to kind of change to your WordPress website, you could add something to your functions.php file. And so that's why when you start Googling around for how to change things, a lot of times you'll find, especially older links or on less reliable sites, you'll find the suggestion to, hey, take this snippet, add it to your functions.php file. So there's a couple of things I want to point out, even though that's maybe not what the question asker is asking, but let me see if I can help you out and save you months or years of trouble. Most of the time, what you're wanting to do when you're putting something in that functions file is make a change that should be better written inside of a plugin. I find that a lot of times people are more hesitant to write a plugin because it sounds or looks really advanced. I assure you that even though it will take some time to get used to how like a plugin works and how to write it, it's not that much different than adding it to your functions.php file. And what it will do is give you full separation from your theme. And so this gives you a number of benefits. One of them is if you add, a snippet, or you try to change something, if you've added it to a plugin file and it breaks your site, you can just disable the plugin and your site goes back to normal. Whereas if you add it to your active theme, you've got to find a way to make sure that you can go in and be able to edit that file again to remove it or comment it out or something like that to get things working. And so it gives you more of the benefit of WordPress if you're adding something like that to a plugin that you write yourself. If you don't use that, there are some well-reviewed snippets type plugins in the WordPress repository that enable you to add code snippets that will effectively do the same thing as adding them to your functions.php file. But again, creates a sense of separation away from your theme and everything else that's running in WordPress. So there's something about that isn't quite right. Or if you're not familiar with WordPress, if you forget a semicolon, which like breaks PHP in a lot of cases, then you can just disable that particular snippet or that particular piece of code instead of having to go back in and edit your theme itself. So that's something thinking about functions.php differently and kind of leaving it for theme related functions and changes will really benefit you in the long run. And I hope a lot of people listening to this are nodding their heads because they've probably gone through it too.
Sounds great. Sounds great, Cliff. I don't have any more front porch audience questions, so I'm going to put in some on my own in the couple minutes that we have left here. So how did you start as a WordPress administrator yourself?
Oh, well, thank you. I feel like I have a relatively classic WordPress story and speaks to why I love this project so much, to be honest. I taught myself coding through WordPress entirely. I was a music student for a long time and I was in bands and all that kind of thing. And so what happens when you're in a band and you are in a band in the mid 2000s? You're building yourself a website, right? And things like Squarespace and all that hadn't really come along. The existing website building tools were speaking of garbage, they were garbage. It was really hard to figure stuff out. And on top of it, I thought code was interesting. I had already been doing graphic design and things like that. And so I kind of fell into WordPress. I started tinkering around. I started adding a bunch of stuff to a functions.php file, trying to figure out what it is and isn't going to change. And kind of had that classic motion into like, oh, I kind of enjoy doing this. I wonder if I can make some money on the side, like doing it for other people who also don't know what the heck that they're doing. Put one of those, one after another, was able to build up those projects. And then true story, I accidentally applied for a full-time job at a really large nonprofit, managing some WordPress and PHP websites and things like that, because I thought it was just a contract job, and it ended up being awesome. And so I was able to take that first job, and a good portion of that, it was called like creative media at the time and all that. Thank you. But part of it was managing and deploying WordPress installations. And, this is for a really big nonprofit that handles a lot of funds and all that stuff. And then kind of being able to do marketing on top of it. So it was a situation where I was just able to build, WordPress site after WordPress site. And then that just accumulated over time. I was serving nonprofits and small businesses on the side. And then to put an extremely condensed sentence on the last, 5 years or so, I got really interested in effectively how can I scale and repeat serving people with WordPress who don't have huge budgets. And so that became kind of a passion of mine. And then, as I've worked at Salesforce for a long time, I've learned more about Salesforce administration, which is its own thing and a literal career path. And I started to really absorb the overlap between those two worlds and how I can apply things between them.
Very good, Cliff. And we are in the red in our time, so I do want to call out, you have a website, cliffseal.com, Twitter handle, cliffseal, @cliffseal. Just super excited about your contributions and the excitement. And hey, have you been to Asheville to do any mountain biking?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I was there just a few weeks ago and did Kitsuma and DuPont. Yeah, I really wrecked my body for a while. It's great.
Well, we're so happy you weren't injured in the mountains of North Carolina, and you're smiling with the stories. So we sincerely appreciate your contributions today. And you know, myself as an administrator for the Western North Carolina Broadband Project, I absorb your words and leadership, and you've given me some perspectives that I need to become actionable on. So
That's great to hear.
yes, we sincerely appreciate it. So I believe we're going to be winding down here. I'm at the mercy of Stefan to see what actions we need to take here to wind down. I assume we rock our chairs on the front porch. Is that what we do now?
We keep smiling and looking beautiful. We're both doing a great job.
Well, we're in the South, so I like the concept of front porch. I hope the back porch guys are doing all right back there. You know, I don't know where they're at, but hopefully they're doing well. So that's fantastic. That's fantastic. So hopefully in a year when we have WordCamp in Asheville, North Carolina, COVID won't be around. You'll be able to bring the mountain bike and share those mountain bike stories and how it inspires you as a WordPress administrator.
Yeah. I've been to Asheville WordCamp a number of times in person, and I'm ready to do it again when we can.
Fantastic. That's great. That's great. And let's see. Okay, I have a queue, a chat. Stefan says we can wrap up now, and we'll fade away. Welcome, 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 WordCamp Asheville. We are starting another exciting hour out of Asheville, North Carolina. My name is Mark. I am privileged here to introduce our next guest speaker, Kate Rooney. Kate, you are conferencing in from where?
From Cary, North Carolina, just outside of Raleigh.
Yes, absolutely. And you are a communications specialist at BC/DC.
BCDC.
Yep, a marketing agency that works exclusively with nonprofits. How awesome. And you manage online content, social media, and communication development projects. You've also coordinated website and social media content and communication for Go Global North Carolina and Alzheimer's North Carolina. In your spare time, you run a canine community outreach of North Carolina, a nonprofit dedicated to spaying and neutering initiatives for dogs in low-income areas. How totally awesome. I'm very excited to hear more about SEO versus content marketing success. So, Kate, let's roll.
Thank you so much, Mark, for the great introduction. I am so happy to be here, even virtually. I was born in Asheville and grew up literally an hour down the road. So even if I can't be there physically, I love getting to come to WordCamp Asheville virtually. So just a little bit about myself. Like Mark said, I work in communications with a focus on websites and social media. Before that, I worked in nonprofits for more than 10 years. So I come at my communications and social media and a lot of advice from having worked in that nonprofit sector. So today's session is going to be a jumping off point for your SEO journey. If you want to get into more technical SEO or just even learning about SEO, I feel like this is a kind of starter presentation. It's a process that you can adapt for your use as a content creator, or if you are working with clients that are creating content, you can use this process to help them reach the kind of SEO approach that you are looking for from them. And hopefully you'll get some tips that can be used for whether you're doing just a small piece of content like a blog post or for your site overall. Quick note, I am not a technical SEO expert. As I said, I come at this from a communications background, working in a communications agency. This is a process that I've kind of worked on to find a way to cram in a lot into the content that I'm working on with not a lot of time. I am someone who understands wearing a lot of hats. Like I said, I worked in nonprofits, and at the agency I work at, we have multiple clients. So a lot of time we're trying to do content on a very short schedule, very quick. Also with limited resources. If I don't know the answer to your question, I will find it or be happy to help you find it. There's also an Ask the Expert room for SEO today at WordCamp. So do check that out if you have more technical questions. So today, our match, SEO versus content marketing. In this corner, SEO, search engine optimization. What is search engine optimization? It's how you get your site content to the top of the search engine results pages. It uses keywords and phrases that tell the search engine and the audience that you're trying to reach that your content is relevant. The goal is to be on the first page of the search engine results. Just a couple of quick stats to show you how important it is to be optimizing your page for search engines. 75% of searchers never go past the first page of search results. Organic search, That means you're not paying for ads. It's just naturally bringing traffic to your website. Drives 300% more traffic to websites than social media. And Google accounted for just over 75% of all global desktop search traffic. If you listen to today's keynote, it was fascinating on trying to get away from relying on Google and Facebook and using a kind of multifaceted approach, which was really interesting. But I think we also have to remember search engines are how a lot of people find what they're looking for. In the other corner, we have content marketing. What is content marketing? It's an approach of creating valuable, useful, free content to your audience that can drive customer action. It's consistent, high quality content. And when I say content, what do I mean? I mean every kind of content possible: video, infographics, blog posts, audio posts. Content means a lot of things. So let's get ready to rumble. Who's going to win our match? They're hugging. What does that mean? It means SEO and content marketing can work together. They don't have to be at odds with each other. They can work together like peanut butter and jelly, locks and keys, and especially important right now, soap and water. SEO working with content marketing gets eyes on your great content. That's the whole goal. You're trying to get people to actually look at your website and look at your content. Your content won't work unless it's seen, and high search page rankings won't matter if you don't have great content that you're providing to people. A quick note, you may notice that the sports metaphors and sports imagery is stopped. From here on out, this is entirely a pop culture nerd kind of presentation. So, how can you make these two things work together for you? What you can do is make a strategy to create good content and also include a strategy to get it found. That's the most important part, combining these two. They're kind of two different approaches. You think about it, SEO I think of as more technical, focused on the search results, where content marketing is a more holistic, multi-channel approach. So here's the process that I found. Oops, sorry about that. We're going to go through a few steps and put it all together. So step one, put on your research hat. Start your research by figuring out who you're talking to, because everyone in the general public is not an option. Are you trying to reach your target audience or a segment of that target audience? Is it someone familiar with your organization or company? Is it someone unfamiliar? Google your organization and your focus area. See what's ranked at the top. So for example, this is one of the searches I did for working with my nonprofit with dogs. As you can see, several words keep popping up: shelters, dogs, adoption, North Carolina. And you can see my search term was dog rescue, North Carolina. So that kind of helps you see what's coming up when you search your company, your client, your focus area. And you can see some of the words that are trending over and over. One of the tools you can use to help is Google Trends. Google Trends, when you put in a search term, can help you see what people are looking at, what they're looking for, the related topics, related queries, and that's a good way to get an idea of A, what your audience is looking for, and B, what you should focus on. Also take a look at your website itself if it's already been built. Make sure you have analytics. I use Google Analytics a lot, But Google Analytics is a great way to see where people are coming in, what pages and posts on your website are getting the most page views, the most clicks. This is how you figure out what your audience is looking for and what you should give them. You can also take a look at what content is most popular on your social media. What's getting likes, what's getting shares. This is a little snapshot of what my nonprofit had on its Facebook page. As you can see, all of our thank you posts and recognizing specific campaigns and fundraising that we did got the most engagement. So people like to hear what their money does and how it was used. So that's what got the highest clicks. So that's what we try to focus on our website, as we try to focus on, you gave us money and you supported this cause, here's where it went. You can also get lurky. One of the great ways to get an idea of what people are talking about is to join related Facebook groups, whether it's a product, whether it's a general field, see what those people are talking about. You can also take a look at subreddits. Subreddits can help you figure out what your audience might be looking for or what questions they're asking. For example, if you go to your local subreddit, we have a Raleigh subreddit that is really great to mine for what is happening in the local area that we want to know about and that maybe we can turn into content or lean on. You can also, if you're not familiar with a site called Quora, Quora, it's a crowdsourced answers to questions. That's another great resource to see what questions people are asking. Another method is to simply ask. Ask your audience, target audience that you are trying to reach, what they want to see, what they want to know. And don't just ask, listen. Asking is worthless if you are not taking what they have responded with, and sorry, a little spasm there, and paying attention to what they say and using it. One of my clients is a local cat rescue. We put out a social media poll and asked them directly, what do you want to see? And the two answers were not at all what we thought they would be. It wasn't the content that we were giving them. So we kind of adjusted our approach, changed the content a little bit to focus on that. And we've seen an increase in engagement and an increase in people visiting those relevant sections of the site. Social media polls are great. So step one, to sum it up, do your research, find out your audience, what they're talking about, the questions they're asking, and the style of content they want. Yes, this takes time, and time is precious. We all know that. It's really easy to get into the routine of churning out content, churning out a website without thinking about it. But I think if you take the time to start with this research, it'll help you in the long run. Your site's content deserves to be seen. So the next step in this process, keywords. So what are keywords? Keywords are the words and phrases in your web content that make it possible for people to find your site and your content from search engines. How do you start with keywords? All that research that you just did, this is where it comes in handy. What do the top results have in common? Remember when we searched dog rescue, the phrases adoption, shelter, North Carolina kept appearing at the top of the search results. Is there a word or a phrase that you see repeatedly? That's a good place to start with keywords. Here you can see I circled for you each of the words that were in common. Also, don't be afraid to lean on your research and your experience to make a list of words and phrases. A lot of times, especially with nonprofits, we've been around in the field for a bit. We know what questions people have asked. Sit down, take out a pen and paper, or create a Word doc, and just start making a list. Don't edit yourself. Just put down all of the words and phrases that come to mind. There are tools out there to help you see the popularity of different keywords. It's a fun way to figure out what your top keywords should be. And you can use these tools to pick your top keywords, and don't throw away the rest of them, but find the keywords that you're going to focus on. This keyword document is a living document. The internet is always changing. Audiences are always changing. If you put in even an hour a month in updating your keywords, taking a look at how keywords are performing and updating them, it'll pay off for you in the long run. So to sum it up real quick, step 2 is making your keyword list and checking it. Check the rankings and update your list regularly. So step 3, creating content. I think this can be the hardest for some people to do. You may be doing this for your own website. You may be doing this for your client's website, but content is the most important part. This is how you put it all together. So one of the things I like to do is put together a content calendar based on the questions that your audience is asking. So when I say a content calendar could be that you are creating content. You know, I am updating a blog post in January. I'm adding a blog post in February, March, April. And I am going to focus on this question or that question. And I know what's coming up. One of the things that I really like to do before I start working on a piece of content is to just write down what this content is for. So figuring out first, who is your audience? Who are you targeting in this piece of content? Like we talked about, is it someone who is familiar with your organization or company? Is it someone who's unfamiliar with your organization? Is it a portion of your larger audience? So for example, am I trying to target, if my audience is anyone interested in spay or neuter in North Carolina? Am I trying to target veterinarians who work with spay and neuter? Am I trying to target dog owners themselves who are looking at spay and neuter resources? Or am I trying to target somebody completely different? Am I trying to target a funder? The next thing to do is to figure out what question are you answering for them with this content. You looked at your research, you take a look and you see what questions people are asking. And so what question are they asking that you are answering for them? I also like to write down all my keywords that I'm trying to target with this piece of content, just so I can keep them in mind. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I also write down what I want the audience to learn or do from this piece of content, whether it's a blog post that I want them to take action from, or it's a social media post where I want them to specifically visit a page on my website. I want to know what I'm specifically asking them to do. As you create your content, you use the keywords and phrases that you want to rank for in your content, but don't do it in a Mad Libs way. I think one of the hardest things to see is when content has keywords and phrases that don't really make sense, that are shoehorned just so they can try and rank for social media or SEO. You'll use your keywords in the headline and then early on in your content, and that will help your search engine results. I think the thing to remember when you're creating content for your site is that you're writing and creating content for humans, not the search engine. I think your first priority has to be, what is your audience looking for and how is this content helping them? And then optimizing it so that it can be seen. So to sum up, creating content, use your content to answer the questions your audience is asking based on that research. Keep your focused keywords and phrases in mind as you create your content, and keep your content natural. Don't make it Mad Libs, and make sure it's aimed at humans. So the final step in the process is to optimize it. What we mean when we say optimize it is making sure that your content is the best possible content for humans and for search engines. So number one thing, and this is a little bit of a focus for me because I do a lot of copy editing, grammar and spelling matter in your content and on your website. How many times have you visited a website? There's typos everywhere. It really ruins the trust or belief that you may have this is a respectable, responsible outlet. There are a lot of tools you can use. I personally use Grammarly, which is a plugin that can help highlight not only your spelling errors and your grammar. I also recommend my little personal copy editing tip: walk away from your content and then come back and look at it. It's so easy to just, when you're creating all this content, to be blinded to the errors. A quick story about why grammar and spelling matter. I was on a class from an organization called Whole Whale, and they had put up a blog post, and it was getting a ton of traffic. It was getting a ton of eyes. And when they looked into their analytics, they realized all of this traffic is coming from Iceland. Why is this coming from Iceland? That's not our target audience. They did a little digging, and they realized that one of the words they used on the page was misspelled, and therefore was actually an Icelandic word. And so they were reaching people, and they were getting a lot of eyes on their content, but it wasn't the people that they were trying to reach. So make sure that you are reaching the people you want to reach using your content that is properly spelled and has proper grammar. Headlines matter. Again, writing headlines that are natural and for humans. Does the headline make you want to click it? Does it contain the keywords you want to rank for in a natural way? Does it describe your content? One of the things you can do is try writing multiple headlines for your content, your blog post, using the keywords, and then looking at them, choosing what feels the most interesting and descriptive to you. I also like to write out a few headlines, and I will send it to my husband or a friend and say, what would you click on first if you look at this list? I love formulas. This is the Content Marketing Institute created a fun little formula that they recommend using to generate headlines, especially if you're struggling to figure out how to title your blog post, how to title your content. Their formula is numbers plus adjective plus target keyword plus rationale plus promise. So that seems like a lot. But here are a few examples. So for example, 8 simple ways to improve your business blogging today. 5 ways to help rescue dogs in North Carolina today. 9 ways you can feed homeless families in Raleigh. Again, you know what that piece of content is, and you know if you want to click on it. You can also use some of these strategies that are kind of based in psychology, using the element of surprise, asking a question, curiosity gap, using negatives, never write a boring blog post again. We've all seen these headlines. A how-to headline, numbers, very specific, audience referencing. So blatantly saying this post or this piece of content is for this specific audience, and being specific as to what your content is. So looking at that list, you may say, well, isn't this clickbait? Isn't clickbait bad? No. If you're providing your user with what's promised in your headline. You know, we've all been there. We've seen it in social media. We've seen it on Google. You look at something and you're like, ooh, that seems interesting. I'm going to click on that. And it's something completely different. It feels like a bait and switch. If you are providing what you are saying in your headline, there's nothing wrong with using this kind of psychology approach to attract users to your content. URL is another place to use your keywords. It's so easy to do in WordPress, just changing your URL. You look at the example, nonprofit.org/03.20.20 posts. That doesn't tell you at all what the content is, and it won't get you seen by search engines because the search engines aren't reading that. If you use, for example, something very specific like spay-neuter funding in North Carolina, using hyphens to separate the words, it tells your user what to expect, and it tells your search engine what to expect. Here are a few examples from some SEO and other sites of what I think are really great URLs. Again, very descriptive, using your keywords. You know exactly what you're getting when you click on this URL. Plus, it makes it easier to share. Images. Images are important too. It may not be something that you've thought of when it comes to search engine optimization, but it plays a part. Compression is important. 40% of people will leave a site that takes more than 3 seconds to load, and search engines will ding you. Alt text is important. Alt text is putting in that descriptor of what an image is for your audience, especially using screen readers, accessibility, but it also is important for your search engine optimization. Image search, Google image search is a rising way that people are using to find content. So making sure that even your images will be found in the search engine results is important. Make sure the title of your image reflects your keywords. You can see the examples that I put down there. Image 3928532. That makes no sense. You have no idea what it is. Black rescue dog in shelter. It's descriptive. It has your keywords in it. And also it will help you on the back end if you're uploading a lot of images. I wanted to point out, there is an images session on optimizing your images at 2:40 today, I believe. So I definitely recommend that. There is also a session, Cover Your Assets with Joe Simpson, which will talk about accessibility and some of these kind of key things. So I definitely recommend you take a look at those, especially if you're unfamiliar. Internal links. Internal links are great for SEO and also for showing value to your audience. Are there natural places to link to related content that's in your site? Internal links are a great way to give your audience the opportunity to go deeper into your site and get the answers that they're looking for. It's a great way to build connections to your brand, your content, and it will mean that they may come back to your site if they are aware that you have a wealth of information that they are looking for. Ask yourself as you're looking for places to include internal links, what content could help your user be more engaged, what might help answer the question you think they have. Again, Rand in the keynote talked about the buyer's journey. If you have a product that you're trying to get people to buy, what is their process and how can the content within your site help them along that journey? Providing those natural internal links are also a great way to get more time to show the audience what you have to offer, why they should support your organization, why they should buy your product, etc. So to sum it up, step 4, take time to optimize your content, check your spelling and grammar, make sure your headline is using your keywords, it's descriptive, update your URL to reflect what your content is, show the change your images titles to reflect what the image shows for accessibility, but also using keywords, and find internal links. So what do we do when we put it all together? Step 1, you take time to research what questions your target audience is asking. You define your target audience. You see what is out there on the internet, what's ranking on Google and other search engines, what's ranking on social media. Based on that research, create your keyword list. Again, you can use tools to see how these keywords rank. Step 3, create your content, keeping in mind what question your audience has asked that you're trying to answer. And then at the end, optimize your content, meaning make sure that it is, the images are compressed, make sure that there are natural links in your site, and just making sure, again, spelling, grammar, everything is correct. Just as a bonus step, remember to share your content on all of your channels, your email, your social, and your web. Does social media affect your SEO? Not necessarily, but it does get you people to your website, and that's what you're trying to do. That's what's most important. So at the end of this, I have created a list of different resources that I have used and that I like to use. Like I said, I come at this from a content standpoint. I don't come at it from a technical standpoint. So I do a lot of looking at other people's sites and guides to SEO to help figure out what to do, where to go, how to incorporate this into content marketing. I also have keyword research resources and optimization resources for you that you can check out. I will also add that there are SEO meetups that you can probably attend in your community. There are a lot of resources to get a more technical look and work on that part of the journey that are out there available for you. And also, again, the Ask the Expert SEO session that is going on here right at WordCamp, I think is a great way to get more technical questions answered. You can also email me though, kate@bcbcideas.com. I will also be on Slack at Kate Rooney. And then the slides are up on the session page for WordCamp Asheville. So if you are looking to get all of those links, those are actually live on the site right now. And with that, I hope this was helpful. Again, I hope it was a good starting point for you, or a time for you to consider your process and how to improve your process of creating content.
Oh my gosh, Kate, that was great. That was great. We have still 15 minutes before our front porch session ends. And boy, I'll tell you, our YouTube chat thread is slam full of questions. We are shaking. We are shaking the front porch here at WordCamp Asheville. Question number one, question number one, can you have too many keywords?
I think that's why you have to focus in. I do think that if you put too many keywords in there, I think sometimes it feels like a Mad Lib. I think if you focus your keywords on maybe those top 5, then it won't feel unnatural in your content. And it will, I think, increase your ranking for those 5 that you are really focused on.
Okay, very good. We're going to move to question 2, drum roll. Question 2, sometimes keywords and the content don't always jive. Example, a book that is nothing about Marines is getting a lot of hits under that word. Why would that happen? Why would that happen, Kate?
You know, I think a lot of it has to do with the Google algorithm. And I think, in my opinion, again, I'm not a technical expert, but I think that that is part of the problem of people who are writing just for the search engine. And so they may have included all of those keywords in their meta description, or somewhere in their page. But I think the Google algorithm does sometimes get it really weird. I think if you look back at the dog rescue example, the top 2 words that were coming out instead of rescue in North Carolina, dog rescue in North Carolina, were adoptions, shelters. I didn't put that in. I think that's why it's important for you to write for the human and write for things that make sense. I think it's always going to be a battle against the Google algorithm, especially as they keep changing it. But I think if you are using the correct keywords that really match your content, you are doing the best you can to get it ranked. And then I think also it won't leave people feeling like there was a bait and switch. It'll show that you are trying to provide what you say you are.
Very good, very good. Thank you, thank you. Moving on to question number 3. What happens if your keywords don't seem to get results?
That is a great question. I think that is why it is important to take time. For example, I take about 30 minutes each week because I do have multiple clients. I'm working on multiple fields. So 30 minutes to an hour to just take a look at the keywords that I have written my content for, created my content for, see if it's ranking, if it's changed. I think that is, as we said, the power of the internet is completely fluidity. It's always evolving. It's always changing. The algorithms keep changing. And so sometimes it's a little hard to tell what will be your predicted reaction. So I think if you just keep testing, I feel like for me, SEO is kind of a trial and error. I put in some keywords, see if that's ranking. And then if it's not, I tweak my blog post, I tweak my keyword focus and see if that will connect.
Very good, Kate. Thank you, thank you. So moving forward to the next question, does including the keywords in the next text of your post also work? I guess kind of like a threading?
Like a threading. You know, that is actually a good question. Are they, I'm assuming they're talking about blog posts or social media posts?
It really doesn't specify, but I would assume since we're on WordCamp Asheville, we're talking about blog posts.
So yeah, absolutely. Include the keywords, especially higher up in your posts. So in that early content where you are trying to show what this piece of content is doing and is about, that's a great place to use your keywords. Again, as long as you're using them naturally and not in a shoehorn way where it's just a sentence that doesn't quite make sense. Make sure it's something that a human would want to read.
Very good, very good. And I don't have any more questions from the YouTube chat session, so I'm going to move with a couple of my own questions since we have about 9 minutes left here or so. Can you talk about the use of images and videos and how that helps in regards to SEO and content marketing?
Yeah, absolutely. This has kind of been a fun area for me, especially in regards to images. I have been doing a lot of accessibility learning as well that kind of goes along with it, I think. And so images, I think making sure your image actually fits what your blog post is about or your content is about, but making sure that you have optimized the heck out of that image. I think it's such an under appreciated thing. Google image search has really surged in popularity. YouTube, I think, is one. I think I read that it was one of the top ways that people are finding content and finding information. And so if you are putting images and video on your site and also using those on YouTube, on your search, your social media, I think these are great ways to get your content out there, but also bring people back in and boost your rankings. Plus, it's just interesting. People are more interested in watching a quick video or seeing something graphic than reading a full blog post a lot of times. We all are strapped for time. So I think choosing imagery that really conveys what you're trying to talk about and what you're trying to tell your audience is so important.
Very good, Kate. We all walk around with these supercomputers. These supercomputers are absolutely incredible for photography, images, and videos. Um, what are your thoughts on, the author capturing, better quality images or creating their own videos to support their content marketing?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. I love it. I have to say, so as part of my day job, I do a lot of that work, and we have found it so easy. Half the time, we will just take a cell phone and do the video itself on the cell phone and edit it. I think anything that you can create yourself so that you're not using stock imagery that looks fake or looks unreal. Anything you can create yourself, since we have such such an ability to create high-tech images that are really high quality, or we can all become video editors on the fly. I think making sure that it is real is so helpful. And I think having that original content, it's something that nobody else has. So it provides that extra value for your company, your organization, your product. It shows you that, you are trying to put something out there into the world that is unique to you and will hopefully keep people coming back.
Very good. Very good, Kate. Super exciting information on the front porch of the Asheville WordPress camp. Just continuing along the thread of this questioning, somebody captures their own video on their phone. In regards to using WordPress, do you recommend uploading an MP4 file directly to WordPress, or putting it to YouTube or Facebook video, or all three, or some words of leadership and hey, I've got a great video clip I did. It turned out pretty cool. How long should it be, kind of thing? Some generic tips there.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things I like to do is I actually will put it directly on the social media platforms. So upload the video directly there, partially so that I can see specifically what platform it's resonating on, what the analytics are, what people are reacting to. And then for the website, a lot of times what I'll do is go ahead and upload it to YouTube, and then embed it on the WordPress site, just to kind of make it a little bit quicker and easier. And I think in each of those places, what I do is I tailor the video description to the platform that I'm on. So using those keywords for Facebook, I will probably reference some way for people to click back to our website, or do a call to action, or encourage them to share. My approach on the website is usually I use the video description to try and get people to go further into the site. And then for YouTube, definitely trying to rank in that YouTube search, and using the description to not only share the description of what the video is, but we also always make sure that in every single video, there is a mention of the social media, there is a mention of what the organization is, who they are, and then a link back to the website. So I think making sure that it's across platforms, but also tailoring it to your audience on those platforms when you upload that video.
Fantastic, Kate. That's awesome information. In the headlines, when you watch the news here lately, we hear some reference to TikTok. What are your thoughts and comments on TikTok and relative to leveraging or not leveraging it with your own content marketing?
It's so funny that you asked that. I'm not personally on TikTok, but at a conference that my organization runs, Create Good, we had an amazing session with the American Eagle Foundation. And what they have been doing is using TikTok. They will post videos with the eagles, cute short things, streaming videos, all sorts of things on TikTok. And they tailor it, make it very short, make it very engaging. And then what they do is they take those videos and then they also post it on their YouTube channel. They also post them on their Facebook channel. And they also post them on their website. So they are using kind of the same content, but they have experienced an incredible increase in traffic because of TikTok, because they are taking time to put interesting content on TikTok. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens, given the all those headlines that you were talking about as to how the platform is going to continue. But I think one of the things you can do is, even if TikTok ends up going away, using the principle of a short, engaging video that captures attention, I think is a great thing to apply across your communications.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Kate. New question just came in the front porch of WordCamp Asheville. What are the top 3 essential plugins for a new WordPress site in regards to content marketing and SEO?
Oh, excellent question. So I have to say one of my top plugins is Yoast SEO. I think they're also a sponsor, but they are my personal favorite for making it easier to do SEO from that non-technical standpoint. They give you all that kind of information. I think also for websites, Smush or any kind of image compressor plugin, so that when you upload your images, you can get them compressed correctly and reduce the size. That's important too. A third essential plugin, I may have to think about it. I've forgotten the name of the plugin, but we have been using the one to help organize your images into folders, which is great when you have a lot of clients, and easily put up the description and keep them sorted. I will put that up in Slack. I will take a look and see if I can look that up real quick and put that in on Slack, because it has been an amazing lifesaver and it's very easy to control your images and manage your images.
Wow, Kate, I'll tell you, this has been just jam-packed full of great information. I hate to say we're coming towards the end of our time here, and I just want to summarize again. You talked about research, keywords, content, and optimizing it to bring your sessions to closure here. So thank you so much for contributing to WordCamp Asheville. And with that, we are going to wind down this session right now. So from the mountains of North Carolina, thanks, Kate. And we're going to tune down and off right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for participating in WordCamp Asheville 2020 virtual edition. This next few minutes is just an opportunity for us to touch base with some of our sponsors. One of the things that I particularly find amazing in working with and organizing WordCamps is just how generous the community is when it comes to supporting these camps. As you all know, your attendance today was free, and all of that is made possible with the contributions that are made from our great sponsors. In addition to just helping with supporting us financially, a lot of these sponsors also support our community in a lot of other ways. Not only do they have a lot of great products and services that can help people with their WordPress needs or beyond, but they're also active in our community. We encourage sponsors to also do presentations at WordCamps. And so there's many people here who are sponsoring, but also have people that are contributing to the content of WordCamp. So we definitely could not do this without our sponsors. And I just wanted to take a minute before we get into letting our sponsors introduce themselves to just thank all of our sponsors by name. So all of our gold sponsors, including Big Boom Design, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, InMotion Hosting, Jetpack, SiteGround, WP Buffs, WP Engine, and Yoast. And then our silver sponsors, EasyWP by Namecheap, E360, Green Geeks, and JB Media Institute. Again, we just really appreciate your support. Couldn't do this without you. And with that said, I am going to turn it over to let you hear just a brief word from some of our sponsors. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Adam Warner with GoDaddy Pro. WordCamp Asheville, I hope you're having a great conference so far. I know I've already learned some stuff. So I'm just here to say hi to my fellow WordPress community members and also tell you just a little bit about GoDaddy Pro, what it is, what it's used for, and why it's useful. So GoDaddy Pro is a way to manage multiple websites and clients all in one unified dashboard. And it is free. It doesn't matter where you're hosted. The way it works is you install a plugin on the WordPress site that allows you to make that connection. You can do things like run backups and security scanning and client reports, all kinds of things. So if you're interested in that, come see us at our booth. Booths are listed at the top of the schedule page. And we're happy to talk more about that, but also just answer any WordPress questions you might have. So take care and enjoy the rest of WordCamp Asheville.
Hey, Asheville, this is Rodney Brazil with Namecheap and EasyWP, our optimized WordPress hosting solution. We are so excited to be silver sponsors here today. Just a little bit about EasyWP. As I said, it's optimized for WordPress, and we are all about speed and performance on our own cloud, but also making it affordable for anybody to have a website and run an online business. So our EasyWP hosting packages start at very cheap prices with SSD storage with all of them. With some of our plans, you get a free CDN and SSL certificate as well. And our commitment is to protect your content, protect your resources, and make them affordable for the long term, not just for the first year. So we hope you have a good rest of WordCamp, and thank you so much.
Hey everybody, Boomer Sassman here from Big Boom Design, based in beautiful Asheville. This is my 7th year being involved with WordCamp as a speaker, sponsor, and organizer. Also host the pre-camp every year, which was yesterday. So I want to thank everybody that's helped out in the organizing crew, everybody that's attending here today, Blaze Media for handling all the switching of all the video and audio, and that's fantastic. I actually gave up my Zoom sponsor room so that we could have one of our 4th tracks today. So if you go and you want to try to jump into the Zoom meeting with me and kind of ask questions about what we offer, you can't do that because it's actually being used. So shoot me an email. It's been added to that page, and everybody have fun and learn lots. Thanks.
Hey y'all, I'm Bree, the Senior Event Specialist with Bluehost. Bluehost is a global sponsor of WordPress, and we're so happy to be able to continue to sponsor these virtual WordCamps. At Bluehost, we believe that when your website can do anything, so can you. We're here to help your blog, small business, online store, restaurant, nonprofit, or personal site thrive. We believe in affordable hosting with a focus on making your site easy to build, design, analyze, and maintain. Bluehost is proud to offer a variety of features in our hosting plans, such as security measures, marketing and analytics tools, backup data protection, unique themes, SEO tools, and so much more. We even offer expert help from our WordPress trained staff for newbies, pros, and everybody in between. Make sure that you stop by the virtual Bluehost booth today before 2 p.m. Eastern so you can chat with me and some of our experts and see what Bluehost has to offer you. So happy to be here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marco. First of all, I would like to say hello to all attendees, both from Asheville and abroad. Hope you are learning a lot. I would like to give a shout out to the organizers because of the job and the spirit that they keep on going, despite the interesting times that we're going through. So what we do, we're basically a hosting company. We offer all size and shapes when it comes to hosting, be this reseller, shared hosting, VPS, dedicated server stuff and whatnot. So what do? I work with partner relations here at Green Geeks, and I also am currently giving webinars out to the public because, that's part of the spirit that we have here. So as to what makes us different, aside the fact that we're all crazy, no, just kidding. We are a green hosting company, which essentially means that we give back 3 times as much of the power that we consume as a hosting company back into the grid in the forms of renewable energy. As you may well know, hosting is a polluting industry, so our commitment is geared towards the social, green, ecological stuff. And I would like to tell you guys that as a sponsor, we love the community. We love supporting all camps, both in the US and abroad, in order to make the web grow. That's more or less what our spirit is. And I wish you guys, good times, despite the fact that we're going through a pandemic, and hang in there and keep on working. And, on behalf of everybody at Green Geeks, thank you. Have a good time. And most important, enjoy. Ciao.
Hey folks, Joe here from WP Buffs, here to wish everybody an awesome camp, WordCamp Asheville. I know people probably say this about every camp, but WordCamp Asheville is actually one of my favorite camps. We're super bummed to miss it this year. I've had a ton of fun in the past. So unfortunately we couldn't get together IRL this year, but super awesome that we could make it free for everybody here to attend virtually. So yeah, you've heard from a lot of hosting companies today. They'll help you get awesome hosting for your WordPress website. We kind of tandem with those hosting companies and actually help you on the WordPress side of things. So you need edits on your website, some speed and security optimization, updates, all those things. We'll help you on that front. So it's kind of like fully managed WordPress. We help folks grow their WordPress websites, grow their traffic, focus on marketing and sales and that kind of stuff, and not on the technical aspect of WordPress on the back end. So yeah, if anybody is interested in kind of scaling what they do with WordPress and I guess kind of handing off some of the more technical aspects of WordPress, you can feel free to come talk to us. You can email me directly. I'm just joe@wpbuffs.com. And yeah, I guess that's it. Everybody have a great camp, and thank you again to organizers, volunteers. Blaze, I think, are the people actually running the digital stuff. That's a lot of pressure. So nice job on that. I appreciate all your work.
I designed the content strategy roadmap essentially for marketing and communications professionals that are ready to go to the next level. We'll build skills in SEO, social media, and digital advertising. If you're looking for community and accountability, that's the other piece of the puzzle that we're going to provide. As you learn, we're going to be there to talk about it and come up with solutions together. Every student that signs up for this program gets a few key benefits. You're going to get access to the classroom 24 hours a day to go through all the materials and content at your own pace. The second is access to me and access to being able to have discussions about whatever you're facing that day. The Plus coaching is time during the month where myself and a smaller group of individual students are going to meet and dig deeper into the things that we're trying to accomplish. This program can help you put your vision together and get the results that you've wanted.
Good Saturday afternoon, WordCamp Asheville 2020. The excitement continues with another hour of wonderful presentations. We are here to talk about diversity in the tech panel. The online world isn't all about technology. It's about human beings, the people, the real life showcase of the growing diversity of people in our area. I'm super excited to introduce our four speakers, Aida, Aisha, Joe, and Sarah. Let's roll.
All right, so welcome everyone. I'm so excited to be here for the Diversity in Tech panel today. I want to kick us off by just introducing myself. My name is Sarah Benoit. I'm the co-founder and lead instructor of the JB Media Institute, and I'm here today with three fabulous panels, and I'd like to have each one of them just share really quickly who they are, what they do, and how they're using WordPress or why they're involved in WordPress. So let's go ahead and start with Aisha, if you don't mind.
Hi, I'm Aisha Adams. I am the founder of Aisha Adams Media Group, the producer of the Asheville View, and the founder of Equity Over Everything, and most recently, the founder of the Lenore Ryan Equity and Diversity Institute. So as a serial entrepreneur, I just really understand how important it is to put together the right team and why it's super important to have an equity advocate on your team. And so I'm really here today to share how we are bringing equity advocacy into the real world. I use WordPress in my quest to cultivate spaces of diversity, equity, and inclusivity through my websites are all powered by WordPress. And I am using those things to sort of put my filters out into the world.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being here. And next, I'd like to introduce Ada.
My name is Aida Correa, and I am the owner of Love Built Life. We are a creative arts and lifestyle company. And the way I use WordPress is I actually help startups to build websites, but more importantly, I work with women over 40 who are interested in starting their life over and starting a new business. So I teach them how to use WordPress and how to use social media and how to get their name and their word out there.
Awesome, and thanks so much for being here. And I'm sorry I mispronounced your name. I have a friend with the same name. I totally said her name instead. But next I'd like to welcome Joe.
Hey, hello everyone. My name's Joe Simpson Jr. I'm here in Santa Clarita, California, just north of Los Angeles. During the day, I work for a public transit agency here in Los Angeles, trying to get folks out of their cars and onto public transit. But during the evenings, I step into the phone booth and I get into the WordPress community. I've been involved with WordPress since 2010, but I did an about face it about 3 years ago and really got in heavy. I really wanted to be behind the scenes. I wanted to be an organizer, so I started up a couple of meetups here in Santa Clarita, and then I hosted our very first WordCamp. So I felt as a Black man, I hadn't seen anyone on stage that looked like me. So I got on stage and I haven't stopped since.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you all so much for being here. I'm pretty familiar with each one of you, and I just really appreciate you taking the time to talk to everybody today about this topic. So I want to dive right into questions. And the first question, I'd like each of you to take a couple minutes to answer. The first one is, why do you think diversity is important in technology? And somebody can just jump in if you think you want to lead us off.
I'll start. So as a Latina and an older woman, this is an area that, first of all, let me just say that, you know, as an organizer, I've been doing organizing with WordPress for a while and joining the WordCamp community since 2018. And the fact that it is diverse is it's opened up so many doors for me. So I can imagine, you know, 10, 20 years ago, that may not have been the case. But because we have so many people entering the fray, it's been a personal growth for me. And it has allowed me to open up where, you know, my field of influence. That's been the most important thing. And diversity in general. When I think of the people that I've served in lowest, you know, underserved communities, the fact that they can look now, and children that I work with, they can look now and see people like me, like Aisha, like Joe, like you, Sarah, and they can look at us and they can say, oh, wow, you know what? I am a part of that community too. I recognize myself. This is why diversity in tech is so important. It's for the children, it's for the other adults. You know, in the beginning when I started doing this, you know, even with, you know, William Jackson, who does this with me, you know, like Joe said, you don't see a lot of people that look like us. Now we're out there, look at our panel, look at what we're doing in the communities, and people can actually look and say, wow, I see myself, I can be a part of that.
Thank you. Somebody else want to jump in and share? Joe?
Oh, sure. I was always going to defer to Aisha.
Well,
but
I'll go.
I know. Go ahead. Yeah.
Jump on in.
I think we need to back up for a second and set a tone to really explain what diversity is. So I'll take that and just say diversity is ensuring that you have a variety of backgrounds, cultures, perspectives engaged at every level of your organization. And so I want to just say that that's what we mean when we say what does being diverse in tech, what does that mean and what's the value of it? And then I want to say that I think that it's great that we have a diverse group of faces, but we want to make sure that those people do feel included at all times. And so inclusion is super important. And then we want to make sure that there's some equity there, meaning that all people, including marginalized populations, have true access to possess the information and the financial resources that's available in tech. So I would just say we want to, first of all, acknowledge that even here in Asheville, that there are places where there is no broadband connectivity and they don't have access. So we need more people to solve those types of problems. So that's number one. And then number two, we really need diversity on all levels, not just speaking at WordCamp, but also owning organizations that use WordPress and power our community, because this is the community that we love and we want to see it show up in multiple spaces. And then the third piece of that is just really, I think it's important because representation is important, but what we're finding out about diversity is that teams that have women on their C-suite level are earning more, right? So there's more to diversity than just feeling good. It's a financial investment. It is a community investment as well.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, and I would, and then that's perfect. I think what you said is perfect. I know for me, it's more of having a seat at the table. I know when I first got in the WordPress community, I just attended WordCamps and I wanted to get involved, but I just didn't want to be a volunteer. And I attempted to get on a couple of committees, but you know, work environment in terms of organizers sometimes. So I said, hey, I'm going to do it on my own. So I wanted to build pathways and show other people that if you want to get involved, you know, WordPress itself was so giving to me and so welcoming to me that I wanted to make sure that everybody that crossed my path knew that they had a pathway into WordPress to make it what they want to, especially now where there's, you know, everyone's staying at home, everyone's sort of figuring out what this virtual thing is going to mean. We have an opportunity to make WordPress what we want it to be over the next 5 to 10 years. So the more people that are involved, the more diverse pool of people that are involved is going to make it better for everybody.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for that, because I really agree with that. You know, from my perspective, I've just had the experience of when I started in 2003, there were almost no women when I was around doing WordPress stuff, you know, and it's been amazing to watch the whole community evolve into a completely different space. So I want to go back to Aisha and just ask you to kind of break down a little bit more what you're talking about, because this is something I think in the past when I've listened to you that I have found really helpful to me, which is understanding the difference between diversity, equity, and inclusion, knowing that those are not all exactly the same thing, and really what those things look like in action. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that, on each one of those things, and when they are actually in action happening, when we are being inclusive, when we are being diverse, when we are, you know, when we are creating equity, what do those things really look like? Because I think a lot of people don't know the difference.
Yeah, definitely. So I like to explain diversity using like this fish tank analogy that talks about diversity just means, okay, I have a goldfish tank, and in my goldfish tank, I have 5 goldfish, and they like the way the rocks are set up. I have the temperature that's prime for goldfish. I have their little goldfish food, and all the goldfish are happy. Now I'm going to drop a Japanese fighting fish into the aquarium. And in diversity, it just means that that Japanese fine fish better get it how he lives. He better enjoy the water as much as he can. He's still going to have to eat the goldfish's food, and the rocks are not going to be designed to deal with his extra ring space, right? So, or fin space. When you think about inclusion, that is coming into that fish tank and leveling out that temperature and making sure that the Japanese fighting fish can survive off the food that's being given into that fish tank. And then when we talk about equity, then it's like, okay, we have this tank, but over here, this is prime. Everybody's getting what they need. So I have these definitions that I can share out a link to. But more importantly, the people who push this, and that's why I'm here on the panel today, the people who look at equity and really want to measure diversity, race, ethnicity, gender, physical and intellectual ability, religion, and sexual identity, those are the people who I call equity advocates. And they are doing things like setting up panels at work camps so that we can really discuss diversity, equity, and inclusivity in a real comprehensive way. So for me, diversity, equity, and inclusivity are all strategies to make our community better. So diversity is a strategy to make the community better. It's not the end all be all strategy. It's going to take more than just having diverse people in the room or diverse fish in the tank. Somebody has to make sure that the water's good, that the food is being eaten, and that things are flowing. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I actually really appreciate the fixed fish tank analogy, because I think that gives you a really clear visual and a really clear understanding of, like I said, those things in action. So when are you doing one, doing the other, and how can you see that they're all connected? I mean, I think that's really amazing and super helpful. Aida, I'd love for you to talk a little bit about, and you mentioned this when you introduced yourself, you have mentioned before that there's like emerging minorities that you see coming into the technology world and using platforms. So you do talk a little bit about who those minorities are and what are the challenges that you see them facing as they come into the space? Because yes, we're lucky. WordPress is a beautiful community and it has evolved amazingly, but we still have more work to do. So, what are those challenges that we're really continuing to face?
When I think of emerging minorities, I think of young girls who are right now we have all these groups, right, that are to STEM and STEAM and getting girls involved. And when you think, years ago, I did a workshop and it was 1 in 6,000 girls that were involved in a scientific field. 1 in 6,000. And it's even lower for young girls that are in minority groups. That's staggering numbers, So now we have groups that are recognizing like our girls know what to do. They can code too. They can get out there. They can do this. And like I said, now we have faces that can put a face to those, women that they can look up to and say, oh, wow, I want to do what they're doing. So there are groups out there that are now doing it, but there are lots of girls who still don't have that access, right? So we do have young girls who do have access, but we have lots of them that don't. I mentioned earlier, I'm an older woman. There are a lot of older women. People don't know that the number one homeless population is women over 50. Women over 50 are the growing population for homelessness. Why? Because the jobs that used to exist years ago don't exist anymore. The skills that they needed years ago to be able to survive in the workplace don't exist anymore. Technology is here. It's not the future. It's here right now. And there's so many people that I've met that have said, well, I don't know how to do that. Well, that's not an excuse anymore. You have to know how to do that. Look at times of COVID. Now we're home. If you don't know technology, you're isolated. These are the people that need to know. They are growing. When I go to WordCamps and when I go to technology conferences, see more of us, older men as well. That's a little bit more common, but with women, we're seeing older women. We're seeing people, and the new emerging minorities are also those who are in underserved communities. Some of those challenges are they don't have access. Aisha just mentioned, some people just don't have access to the internet. They don't have access to the internet. Even if internet is accessible, I think we mentioned this in another panel. I may have access. Yeah, it may be available. I can't afford it. That's something that we need to think about. How do we address that? Especially now in times of COVID, the schools had to provide hotspots for a lot of parents because they didn't have the internet at home. They had to provide the actual laptops. These are the minorities that we need to be paying attention to. And it doesn't matter color or gender. It matters, do they have access? You mentioned WordPress meetups, Joe, and even WordCamps and all these technology conferences. People afford to go. And do they have the transportation? These are the people we need to be thinking about. And that's just in our country, right? So the other emerging minorities are people in other countries that did not have access before, and now they're starting to get access, and now they're starting to get involved. These are the emerging minorities. And our challenge is, how do we help those who don't have access get access? And those who are emerging and coming and being a part of it, how do we reach out and allow and help them to feel more welcome in what we're doing?
Yeah, and I just want to say both of what you just shared and what Aisha shared, I really appreciate, because I think it shows, to your point, Aisha, it is just so much bigger than saying, let's be diverse. It's really about how do we change these systems and structures that we have that are leaving people out. And, that's where I think I'm excited about the conversation moving to that space. It's not just about having different people in a room. It's about how do we create these systems that support everybody being able to get access to the amazing things that people like us are having access to right now, right? And so I just think that's an amazing thing, because it shows that it's really about changing the world and not just adding a bunch of people to a room. It's like, no, we're really saying, let's change how we're approaching this stuff. And it's gonna have to change across cultures, to your point as well, Aida. It's not just a United States thing. It's a thing that's happening everywhere. And
I was gonna, if I just chime in for one quick second, sorry to jump in, but I think one thing that's really exciting about, the downside of COVID is that we're all staying at home. But I think for me, what's been exciting is how it's opened up a virtual world. Like, these WordCamps are reaching folks all over the world. I know earlier I heard an intro and it said someone from Amsterdam was on the line. I've met so many people internationally over the past 6 months. Those are pathways for more people to get involved too. And I think it's a little interesting. A lot of folks are really missing the in-person thing, and they don't really want to do the virtual thing. But I think this opportunity is a once in a lifetime to attract new people into the WordPress community that wouldn't have flown to the US to go to a WordCamp or had the money to go to a WordCamp in Columbia. I know WordCamp Columbia was this weekend. I would have volunteered if I could have spoke Spanish. I forgot it. I took 2 years in high school and totally forgot it. But those kind of people that I've met that's really exciting to me. Reaching out to those people and getting those people involved in an organizational sense is going to be incredible. So to me, it's an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. So Joe, I want you to share with us a little bit about, because I loved hearing your story about, your experience with WordPress. Can you talk a little bit more about that, and about why do you really believe we need more diverse types of people in the WordPress community specifically? And where are you seeing that, that shift over time, having different types of people involved in the community more? What are the real positive impacts that that's having? Because I think there's a lot of them, but I'd love to hear your take on that.
Well, for me, I was involved. I'm sort of a dinosaur, or a white elephant in the WordPress community. I'm from a corporate environment, from a brand system standpoint, where most of the folks that I've met in the WordPress community are solopreneurs. So I was different at the beginning, and I got involved. Our lead developer and CSS guy, to say, both left at the same time, and I inherited a WordPress site. Most people get into the WordPress community that way. They have to pick up a WordPress site and learn it. But I dropped out of the community, and 3 years ago I had a heart event. And during a 3-month leave of absence, I decided to go all out and do the things that I really loved. And one of the things that brought me back to WordPress was how nice the community was to me when I first got involved. So I remember a gentleman at a WordCamp, he handed me a microphone in the break room, and he said, why don't you just talk about your experience today? And he said, you should speak at a WordCamp. And that was my intro to come back and get involved. So that's what I always look for in our community. I've tried to include anyone and everyone that shows an interest, because those folks, when they first get into WordPress, have an enthusiasm that can really power WordPress and take it to new places. I know for me, what I'm most proud of is one of the people that I went to see at a meetup to possibly speak at my WordCamp, she immediately joined my organizing team. And then she set up her own meetup. And so the people that you touch or that you can bring into the community, to me, that's the power of WordPress, and that's the positivity of WordPress. So to me, all these different voices need to be heard. And one last thing I'll share, I know the first person of color I saw on stage was a woman from Santa Barbara here. And what appealed to her about me, to me, was that she was a creative like me. Like a lot of folks start as in print or design, and they transition into tech. Everyone's into tech now. Everyone has a phone. So everyone interacts with technology in some way. So to me, there shouldn't really be any boundaries or any fences to people getting involved with WordPress. So to me, all those excuses and all those things that you hear on Twitter, those negative vibes, they're not there. And so I don't even listen to those. So to me, I just go after anyone that's really interested. And to me, it's resulted in our WordCamps have been over 50% female speakers. Our organizing team, half women, half men. So it's all about, to me, it's positivity and trying to make a change just through doing. So that's sort of what excites me about this whole thing, in this panel in particular.
Yeah, and I want to circle back to something Aisha said, because I really appreciated that you pointed out that bringing different people together and figuring out how to give them the things they need to thrive, and then giving everybody the opportunity to take ownership in the community. It does everything that we just said, but it also has tangible, actual, real, like monetary benefits. It has tangible, real benefits in like how things happen in the world. So can you just talk a little bit more about that? The fact that, like the comment you made about when women are in a C-level position, companies make more money. Like there's actually studies now about that I think are fascinating.
Yeah. Well, I want to start off by saying I was introduced to the WordCamp community by Sarah, who happens to be moderating the panel today. And she was like, and Sarah is like one of my ooey gooey best friends. Like we were really close. So she hits me up. She's like, we don't have no diversity. We're going to have to bring some color to this situation. I need you to do this. Like, so that's how I came into the WordCamp community. And it's equity advocates like Sarah who changed the world, because I came into the community and I have never left since, right? And in that space, then I started to invite more Black men and women into the space as well. So when you have that advocacy of people who really understand what the problem is, they can really drive solutions. When I think about WordCamp specifically, I think about the purpose of WordCamp. And I always think when I'm speaking that it's not necessarily my other WordCamp like organizers and friends that I'm trying to influence, as much as the people that we bring in from the outside, the business owners, the beginning bloggers, the people who are just now learning about how to build a website. And what we want to do when they come in is show them the benefit of diversity, equity, and inclusivity. And some of those benefits are, the number one thing is we're all business owners. That's one reason why I love WordCamp. We are all in some form or fashion, we're all business owners. And number one, when you have diversity, equity, and inclusivity, you increase your visibility. Because if I'm at the table and I can bring my culture to the table, and my culture is included and respected, then now you have an insight you may not have had before, which can bring in more people. I feel like when you have a diverse group of people at the table, you have more ideas to work with. So now you have a bigger pie to sort of, a bigger ingredient pool to make your pie out of. I think when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusivity, and we look at these companies and things that are coming in, we also are reminding them that our community is hireable, right? So we have people like Aida, and myself, and Joe. We have the elderly population. We have a few people that are differently able. So when you see those people around in WordCamp, you understand that they're still hireable. So I think those are just some of the benefits of us all coming together and promoting diversity, equity, and inclusivity. There are financial gains to be had. And I mean, right now with social media, there's like a scandal every other week. And I'm like, it's because you didn't have a Black person on your team. It's because you didn't have a Latinx person on your team. And so now you're making mistakes because you're not getting those diverse ideas put into the pot. And a lot of times, even with diversity, and I always try to extend diversity, is because it's cool to have diversity, but I've met a lot of people that work in companies that are diverse, but those people are unhappy. They have a high turnover rate. So when you add that inclusivity and that equity, then people take ownership and they love the company and they feel value and they don't feel the tokenism. You really get more out of that person and you really can create a better overall workplace environment and culture.
Yeah, and I just really appreciate that clarity about, that perspective, because I think it's that leap into inclusion and that leap into equity that gives somebody a voice. Diversity is, like you said, the important doorway there, but if we don't go into the next doorway after that and we just stay in that room, I feel like it really does limit us, because not everyone in a diverse situation feels like they have a voice, feels like they have the space to take up room, or to have opinions that may be different, or, things like that. And so I really have learned myself over the years that that's that reason we want to go towards those other things as well, because it's what really gives people the room to blossom, to use their talents, to, be motivated to go and tell other people. And like you said, that benefits everybody overall. So the last question before we go into just chat questions to see if there's some out there we want to talk about, I'd like all of you to kind of answer this. And it's funny, when I was looking at this question, I was like, oh, I'm ending on something that seems like we're going to talk about people's mistakes. But I wanted to reframe it that this is what I call the check yourself before you wreck yourself situation. So when I ask you all to feedback with us about, where do you think we could be better advocates? What common mistakes do you think people are making in the conversations they're having about diversity? How can they really understand it at a different level, understand everything we're talking about? How can we give them some action steps today? And like I said, I just want to frame it that for me, I ask these questions all the time because I want to check myself before I wreck myself. And I'm not trying to walk through the world thinking that I know everybody's perspective. And so that's where I think we all have to have that desire to listen and say, how can I be better? How can I recognize when I was in a situation and I didn't take an opportunity? So does one of you want to kick us off on just talking about that for a few minutes?
Well, mainly because what I felt was the most common mistake goes right to what you're saying. I appreciate that we have so many allies and so many people who really want to help. And, we hear this all the time, like, how can I help? And as someone who has worked with foster kids and has worked in, like I said, underserved communities, number one mistake that I find people make is going in thinking they know what people need. So, I can speak expertly to a subject. I'm not the expert for every single person that's there. I think the number one mistake is going in thinking, well, I already know what you need. Like, people go into the lower income places and say, oh, you just need this. And then they show up with that. They never took the time to actually ask the community, what do you need? And I think that's the answer. Stop and listen. You mentioned it as you were talking. People need to stop and actually ask questions. I'm a woman of color. Aisha's a woman of color, but our experiences are different. Assume that you know what we both need is incorrect because we have different experiences. We're navigating the world differently. Joe's experience from our experience is also different. So don't assume like I'm working with this community. I already know what they need, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to do this. And they spend so much money, use up so many resources and come with the wrong thing. Ask and get the answers and then really listen. That's what I think needs to be done.
Anybody else want to jump in?
I should go ahead.
You sure?
Please.
You can go, Joe. I can be last. Well, actually, I was, because all I do all day is talk about this stuff all day long. So,
well, I want to hear what you got to say.
It's interesting. So my thing is, number one, I want to explain to people there's a difference between advocacy and activism. So let's lay that groundwork. So an activist works outside of the system and does direct action in hopes to change the system. So like a protest or a march, right? Whereas an equity advocate is someone who is actually within that system and is disrupting that system without destroying that system. So when I mentioned earlier, Sarah was like, hey, I want you to come over here and I want you to do this WordPress talk. That was her using her influence to actually disrupt the normal flow of applicants that come in and to change that trajectory to bring in more women. So that wasn't an activism act, that was an advocacy act. When we talk about advocacy and we talk about eliminating things like systematic racism and bias, what we're really talking about here is really having a change in your practices, your procedures, and how you do things. And so that's a great example to me of what advocacy looks like. So Sarah didn't have to ask the questions because she was already trained in that particular question. Although I do agree with Aida, asking questions is going to be critical. I think the second piece of that is training, right? If you're going to be an advocate, you need training. And shameless plug, at the Lenore Wright Equity and Diversity Institute, we train people, but there are lots of training programs out there. There are tons of programs out there for you to learn the difference between bias and learn about privilege and learn about culture. So for me, I think the way that we start to see changes, we ask questions, we understand and have a common language among each other. And that's why I keep coming back to these definitions, because I really want our conversation. You ever been talking to somebody, but y'all are exchanging words, but having two totally different conversations? So we want to make sure that we have common language and the correct training, and we have strategies for change, right? Because it would have been one thing for Sarah to come in there and be like, I just don't know. I just don't like this panel. I don't understand why everybody's white, but having no solutions, right? So advocates are going to have solutions, which means they have to have strategies in their toolbox for those solutions. So I really think that, you know, asking questions, I think getting trained, having a common language, and also I want to make this really, really important point that it's okay to mess up. You're going to wreck yourself. You can check yourself and check yourself, but you still will wreck yourself. That's going to be my quote. And what I mean by that is that this is a lifelong journey. It's a dangerous work. I mean, right now, the president just put out like a call that says that it's like almost un-American to get diversity, equity, and inclusivity training. So just the act of getting educated is subversive right now in the culture that we're in. And so I just want to say, like, this is difficult work. It's lifelong work. It has to be sustainable. And so, you know, you're going to make mistakes. What you just have to be able to do is be gentle with yourself, love yourself, and make this a part of your lifelong mission so that it is a continued work. Those are the things that I think are super important.
Wow, I feel like I need a Ice Cube lyric to drop in at this point. You're both quoting a great Ice Cube song. I know, to me, but you both said it all. I know one thing that I found really great, and what I always love about the WordPress community is they stress learning. There's a lot of training opportunities. I know there's a diversity panel that's been going on throughout the summer. And I find that people that are new to the community don't really know what the WordPress community is. So they just think it's the software, but there's so much more behind the scenes about the WordPress way. So I always, the biggest problem I think, or the biggest issue I see in terms of our community being as diverse and inclusive as possible is when my director we got a new director last year at our company. And one of the first things he did, he gave us all a book by this guy named Richard Schott, and it was called, but anyway, one of the chapters, and we all had to do a chapter and explain what these philosophies meant. And the chapter that I got was called The Curse of Knowledge. And that means that a lot of folks in the tech community, or people that are experts at what they say, a lot of times they assume that you know what they know. And a lot of times that sends a message right over your head and you don't even get it. So I always try to include everyone at a beginner's level. Like you'll see all of my presentations at WordCamps are on a beginner's level, because I think those are the people that are going to shape where our community goes and where WordPress goes in general.
And just to piggyback off of that, Joe, I want to say it wasn't until WordCamp was in my hometown that I could accurately understand what I was seeing and feeling at WordCamp. And I'll tell you, Aida is the reason I started speaking about diversity, equity, and inclusivity, because she sent me a message after WordCamp one time, and she was like, "Oh, they love you. Your speech is real good, but what you gonna do about diversity, equity, and inclusivity?" Like challenging each other. I feel like it's super important. So I didn't start speaking. I felt like she had the market sort of cornered, and I just wanted to be a support to her in that process. But she really invited me in to do that. So, you know, it's important that we invite, you know, people in. And I think one of the ways that we do that is diverse marketing. So once I was in a situation or a city that I really fully understood the landscape, what I noticed about WordCamp is that across the board, we aren't marketing diversely, right? So that's like one takeaway that every organizer can take back and say, who am I organizing this to? I feel like we have a lack of college students. I would love to be in a room with more college students because they know stuff. Like they're getting rich offline and I just need them tricks. I need to be able to pull them to the happiness bar and be like, how I do this? So I don't feel like we have enough youth that we bring in that are outside of kids camp, but that are coming over to the larger WordCamp. I don't think that we market. And this is just a overall, this is not about one particular WordCamp. I've been to so many, so this is just general. I don't think that we market very well to all types of people. And then I also think, piggybacking on what Joe said, that sometimes I've seen that we have like the beginner track, the more advanced track, but we want to make sure that people value those beginners. And that's that inclusivity, right? Where we really understand, you know, as a writer, I need readers. If people don't know how to read, then there's no reason to be a writer. So if there aren't beginning people in WordPress, there's no reason for the advanced people. And so I think those are just some ways that we as a family can start to stretch out our tentacles to really be more inclusive.
Yeah, and Aisha, I just want to say too, I really appreciate you pointing out that we all have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And I think, you know, that's something that I think we have a lot of resistance, like not just in WordPress or in our community, but like in the United States and in many other places in the world. You know, we, especially I feel in Western nations, you know, we're all very lucky in some ways. And so we tend to be like, well, I don't want to get uncomfortable. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. Or sometimes, if I'm honest, when I'm talking to other friends of mine that are white, there's an issue of like, I don't know what the rules are, you know? And I'm like, well, I mean, everybody's different. What do you mean? What are the rules? I mean, learn to read a room. That's the rules. Like, have some empathy. Like, you know, there's no like rule book that we get to have to, you know, the point of not everybody's the same. So when we're talking about being more inclusive, we can't just have one rule book to include every minority person. Like we have to actually, you know, this is where I argue that one of the things in tech we should actually be doing more is fostering ways to be more emotionally intelligent. And that like, if more people understood that emotional intelligence is basically just knowing your own feelings and being real with yourself about them and paying attention to other people's, you know, that exercise of knowing that not everybody's the same, that you're probably going to trip up, you're probably going to feel uncomfortable. You're probably going to wonder if you said the right thing or the wrong thing. But instead of shying away from that, we should really embrace that.
I think like people want to embrace it, but with council culture, and for some reason, I feel like this is public school. So I was a public school teacher, and my biggest breakthrough when I really began to make an impact in my classroom was when I stopped grading my kids in a traditional way. Because I grew up honor student, competitive. You don't make mistakes, right? Like you never fail a test and then fail a test again and then pass the test. That's not how public school works. So because we weren't taught that it's okay to make mistakes in our primary grades, it's really uncomfortable for us to make mistakes. And if you make a mistake, like you could cancel your whole career. So we really have to start to figure out where that balance is as a society and create safe spaces for people to make mistakes. Because I could understand someone saying, well, I'm not sure if I want to say anything because 5 years from now, I don't want to come back up on Twitter and I lose all my endorsements and my contracts and my friends and my family. And that's really what happens when people make mistakes. And so even though we're here and we're saying, hey, make mistakes, I do understand that this work takes courage. And I'm encouraging people to really, really identify where they can create their influence and understand that this is a lifelong work and it's just as dangerous as it was when it was the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement. Like this is still movement work and it's dangerous and we have to acknowledge that.
No, and I think that's, like I said, it's an important thing because you have to be prepared for that. And I think especially when you're going into what you defined as the advocacy space, like you just have to know in the advocacy space, you're going to walk into rooms and you're going to ask questions and people are not going to want to talk about it.
And they're not going to like you.
Yeah. And they're not going to want to change things. They're going to want to keep the status quo. And you have to be in a place where, because it's interesting, I feel like you have to almost use, like I said, that emotional intelligence, even when you're sitting there with someone and you're so frustrated, you're like, why don't you understand? You have to hold that space of like, I'm going to try to feel where you're at and read the situation and see where I can move this dial. Because, otherwise, that's where like activism, I understand why people want to get into the street and I support that. And that has a role to play, but we do have that other role too, which I think is getting the system to change. So as we're wrapping up, I want to add an extra question in here and ask you all, whether it's with the WordPress community or whether it's with just the general, community at large of our country or our areas, our local areas, when it comes to like taking that action, so getting out of that comfort zone, do you guys have suggestions for people for how do we cultivate that inside ourselves? How do we get okay with it? What are those steps that we can take to say, this is going to be hard work. How do I prepare myself to do it and not, give up, or not get stuck, because things don't go exactly how I wanted, or they're not changing fast enough. Because I see a lot of that as well. The people who do have hearts towards real change, it's easy to get discouraged. And I think we have to talk about how do we not get down in that, and keep ourselves up and energetic.
Well, I'll start because I really can't wait to hear what Joe has to say about this. I feel like he's going to close it out. Because I feel like number one, right, is courage. Right. So when Sarah was writing her book on emotional intelligence, I was writing my book on courage principle, and we were writing on a team at the same time and on a team. And so it's like emotional intelligence is important, but it's really courage. My grandmother had dogs turned on her, y'all. The first time I like learned about somebody putting a razor blade in their mouth, that's what protesters did to keep dogs from biting them. They had hoses turned on them. And so today, that is equivalent to cancel culture in Twitter, right? And I've seen people who've made mistakes in their career who really lost a lot. So how do you stay encouraged is identifying your personal influence. Where can I do this? Where do I have a handle on my life, right? So I see a lot of people, they emotionally want to change, and then they approach the work emotionally, right? So they can't have the emotional intelligence because that goes out the window when you're angry or hurt or upset. I see people that come into this work who aren't sure of their own expertise, their own influence, and their own power. So I think it's identifying that. I think it's activating the courage and then keeping the courage sustained and self-care and endurance throughout the process. But and Joe, the reason why I said I'm interested in hearing what you have to say is because I really feel like Black men specifically have a really important outlook on what it means to be well in America. So to be well in America and to create change under all of the different circumstances that Black men kind of encounter, and not saying that we don't all encounter things, but I'm always curious of how Black men view their wellness and the sustainability of their work.
Well, I can get in. Ida, did you want to jump in first, or?
Oh, you know what? I think she's right. We're going to let you close it out. Okay. So I'll just say, for me, I think that we just, like I said before, just really listening to one another. And like you said, with the emotional intelligence, there are people who are willing to speak. And, when you walk into a room, you can see the friendly faces and the not so friendly faces. It's the same thing in social media. There are friendly faces who are willing to talk, because honestly, even within our own communities, as a Latina, within my own community, we butt heads and we have difference of opinions and we make mistakes. So, okay. But there are friendly people, there are allies, there are advocates that are willing to answer your questions, and they don't care. If you ask a weird question, we'll be like, whoa, okay, we don't ask that, or we don't ask that way. There is a way to do that. There are friendly people out there. There are people who are willing to help you navigate this space. But know that even for us, sometimes it's uncomfortable. Sometimes we come within each other and we think we're on the same page, like Aisha was saying. We think we're having the same conversation, but midway through we realize, well, we don't even see eye to eye here. So look for the friendly faces, because they're out there.
I feel like you're one of the most friendly faces in work.
Oh, definitely.
She's like, come on, baby. And then she'll connect you to the whole crew.
That's me. That's the mama in me.
That's awesome. I know for me, each camp that I go to, and when I did my first presentation at WordCamp Chicago, at the speakers dinner, I just sought out somebody to speak to, and he looked very serious. And I was like, I think I'm just going to go for it, because I had to step out of that comfort zone. I said, this time around in WordPress was going to be different for me. And we became close friends. And to spin that forward, I live in a predominantly red area. It's an affluent area north of Los Angeles. And unfortunately, I mentioned earlier that I had a heart event. So I have to stay in condition. So I live on a hill, and I walk this hill every morning. Unfortunately, because of heightened tensions and after George Floyd, folks have been stopping or like watching me in my own neighborhood that I've lived in for 25 years. And that really touched me in combination with what happened with George Floyd. And I had to I have a daughter that's 22 and a son that's 23. And I sat them down and said, that was right when a lot of the protests were starting. I said, I need to go to the protest here in Santa Clarita. Even though I might be risking my health because I'm in a high risk bullet, I'm one of the 4 bullet points. I said, I have to go. And I had to go to represent to them that you have to make a change, especially as a Black man. So I put up a video of, I sort of filmed one of these knuckleheads, and to connect the story back to Chicago, I reached out to the gentleman during that time, because in Grand Rapids, things were happening and protests were happening, and we reconnected. And the purpose of me in this community is how I affected him through my relationship with him, my former college buddies. All of those people have to advocate for me. And I feel like me standing up and making a stand, I know they're going to support me. And I hope that my relationship with them causes them to. And I think that's what our role is. We have to change not just the minds in our community, but the people that we come across, because it humanizes us. I think what you see on television, you see a news cycle that's so rapid and things have to be resolved, or you have to shout somebody down within 24 hours. But these problems that we have to be discussed because they're so complex and they have to be worked through. So, I mean, that's where I sort of stand. And I feel like in these next 3 or 4 months, because you get tired because you feel like it's been going on for 8 months and you just can't keep up that level of energy. So I feel like these next 4 months, I'll sort of touch base with those people again and sort of keep the message or the conversation going. So to me, I've sort of tried to figure out what I want to do, but I feel like I have to do something.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that personal story. It just really moves me to listen to you talk about that stuff. So we do have one question. We've got about 1 minute, and I just want to be able to answer Courtney's question since it came in kind of late. But could each of you give, if you have it, one piece of advice for a person who's talking to high school students about diversity? So someone who's talking to younger kids and high school age kids, do you have like a tip you could give Courtney about how to talk to them about it?
So mine's going to be show, don't tell. So be trained so that you can show diversity.
Yeah, I would say also look, research, that there are people who are out there who have already done this work, and look at what they're doing, and then use some of those resources to help you.
I would agree with that. I think, especially in this community, if they're in tech, make sure you leverage what's already been built. But I would say also build things. Don't be a consumer. We all sort of funnel into the consumer lane, but I think if you're a maker, that gives you a whole different perspective on what your art could be.
Yeah, and I would say, to just round out what we talked about earlier, one thing I would want to tell teenagers too that we just mentioned is not necessarily being taught to everybody is check yourself and then love yourself even if you wreck, and it's fine. So, so I think if we could teach younger people that too, they're going to be better at having some of these harder conversations. So I feel like a lot of us, the way we were raised, it made it more difficult for us. So thank you all so much for being here. This is an absolute pleasure for me. I am big fans of all of you. So I really appreciate your time and energy. And to everybody who's joined us, thank you so much for being here. Definitely find all of these folks when you can, if you have more questions. And I look forward to connecting with all of you the rest of camp today.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
That's Riemann?
Ryman.
Ryman. Okay, thank you.
German. Sorry.
Hey, Hamburg. My mom.
Ah, okay. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Nein.
Nein, ich spreche
Okay,
English.
and we are going to take live to Mark in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. This is so exciting. The hot topics of WordCamp continue from Asheville, North Carolina. I'm so excited. We have a guest speaker here, Aaron Ryman from Atlanta, and he is going to talk to us about our very, very important world about connectivity, the contact form, email. Aaron?
All right, I am ready. Let's get rolling. Thank you for introducing me, and thanks for the opportunity to do this. Like I was just telling you guys, you know, this initially was a lightning talk, and it's now I've got a full session here. So hopefully I'll be able to fill it out. Earlier this week, I was trying to figure out like how am I going to shove all this information in 15 minutes. But I think I'll be good now. But let's just jump in here. So I'll tell you a little, I guess what I'm going to be doing. I always think it's really important to understand just the technical background of sending mail through a website. So I'm going to spend a decent amount of time on that. Then we're going to go into explaining a little about DNS, what the problem is, plugins and solutions, and then we'll do some Q&A. A little about me, father of four, and we homeschool too, and I work out of the house, so it's a little crazy sometimes. And like I said, I'm from Atlanta, and I've spoken at WordCamp Asheville before. I think it was 2015. It might have been 16. It's all kind of a blur, to be honest. I go to so many of them, or used to go to so many of them before the whole COVID thing. But right now, I own a company called Clockwork WP, and I do a lot of WordPress maintenance and hosting. I used to own an agency, sold it last year, called Sideways 8, and ran that for about 10 years with a business partner. I currently lead the Atlanta WordPress meetup, and we meet once a month at the beginning of the month. And then I also do some tech support basically for an event. We have an event going on right now this weekend actually called 48 and 48, where we build 48 websites, 48 nonprofits in 48 hours. And it's all WordPress stuff. It's real fun. But you guys should check that out. But that's a little about me and what I do. And like I said, I'm going to explain at a technical level because I think it's just super important to understand what the problem is and how, you know, once you really understand the problem, then you'll understand the solution. But if you want to, you can just zone out for like probably 20 minutes or so. And I have a slide where I'll wake you guys up where you can just learn about the plugins that'll fix the problem. But I also have written an article about this for GoDaddy, and the page is still up. I checked today because I wanted to make sure. Things haven't changed too much in the email world and in the DNS world. But if you Google configuring DNS for email, a quick beginner's guide, my article should show up. And this talk itself kind of morphed from this article to a topic because I was writing this article and I'm like, man, this would be a good topic for WordCamps. And so that's what I've done. And so this is a little more interactive than the article, but if there's something that you don't understand that I go into and it doesn't make any sense, this article might help you. It'll at least point you in the right direction, hopefully. All right, so let's just go in to, I guess, how email was working in the 90s. You know, not too many people were using email back then, but the the way it would work before, when like way back when you use like CGI bin, if you've been doing web dev for a long time, you might understand the CGI bin, where we would process a form and submit it, and it would send an email, and it would send an email, and it would go something like this. The sending server would say, hey, I've got an email for fill in the blank here, but I'm going to use bob@yourcompany.com. And the receiving server says, great, send it to me. I don't get much mail. The sending server says, here you go. And then the receiving server says, I got it. And that was it. It was a little more simple. Now, with all of the spam filters that are out there, it's real different the way email interacts with mail servers. So it now does something like this. The sending server says, hey, I've got an email from a form on the website for bob@yourcompany.com. And the receiving server says, yourcompany.com, let me check the DNS records. We don't want to get too much spam. And then it'll go and check, and it'll say, hey, look, it looks like you don't have permission to send mail for your_company.com. I'm going to reject that email. And then the sending server says, oh, I understand. And the receiving server says, next time, try a server that's validated. Now, that's not really what it's saying, but that's my interpretation of what's happening. And it's just now, it used to be, I used to get excited when I got email, like 20 years ago. And now it's like, I want as little mail as possible. And that's why we have all these spam filters, to stop unwanted email coming. But in this case, when you're trying to receive a form that was filled out on the website, that's really important. You want that information, to come to you. And that's kind of the dilemma that we have. And also one little note, kind of going off of my slides here. But one thing, when you fill out a form on the website, rarely, I'm sure you probably could figure out a way to verify and make sure that email was sent, but it doesn't really do that. It just uses the mail function, and it sends the mail and it says, hey, it was sent, but it doesn't know. It tried to send it, but it might not have made it to the mail server that it was supposed to go to. And that's, it's a big problem when you're filling out, like you get a call from your client saying, hey, I haven't gotten any forms filled out from anybody in a week. What's going on? I know immediately that, oh, it's being blocked somehow. All right, so what is DNS? DNS, I used to think it stood for domain name server, and it kind of does, but what I'm looking for is more of domain name system. So this is a system that handles domain names, and it basically, the domain name system runs on domain name servers, and it's real simple. The concept is pretty simple. When you try to go to a website, let's say you try to go to sideways8.com, your computer will go and connect to the DNS server and say, hey, I'm looking for sideways8.com. What's the IP address of that domain? And then the DNS server will say, oh, Sideways8, that's on this IP address. Go over here and request that. It's kind of like, I know this is like a old school example here, but a phone book. DNS is kind of like a phone book. If you're trying to look up someone's phone number, you just put their name in and it returns the phone number. DNS is kind of the same way. And if you don't have, if your DNS isn't set up correctly, you're not going to get to the address you're trying to go to. DNS, the domain name system, does a lot of different things. It used to be a little more simple, but I'm going to just touch on a couple different things. The primary ones that you see as, like, if you're a web developer, you'll see the A record, and then the 4A, which is the IP6 host record. You'll run into the C names, MX records, NS, Peter, and then the TXT records. Those are the primary ones, but there are a lot more things that that it can do. But to be completely honest, I've been doing this stuff for a very long time. And the ones that I have that are in red or bolded are the ones that I run into 99.9% of the time. But we're going to focus in this. I'll be mentioning MX records and TXT records a little bit, but feel free to Google those. There's tons of documentation out there on those. All right, so MX just stands for mail exchange. And these are public information that's out there for a domain. So when you try to send an email to me, well, I don't own sideways8.com anymore, but let's use this as an example. When you do that, when you send me an email, the mail server will go and say, okay, what are the MX records for sideways8.com? And it'll try to hit send to that server. And it does it in, if you look to the right here, you'll see the numbers 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. And basically, sideways8.com is set up to use Google's mail exchange records or their servers. And those are the priority levels. And it'll first try to send an email to the one that's at level 10. And then if it can't, it'll go to the next one and then the next one, et cetera, et cetera. And like I said, these are totally public records. And sometimes I'll have a client where they can't access their mail. Their mail isn't receiving. The first thing I do is I go to mxtoolbox.com and I just type in the domain and return the records and see, okay, what are their MX records? Is the mail set up properly? So if for some reason, your email form, your contact us form on the website isn't working, you're probably going to wind up using the MX Toolbox to learn a little bit about how the email is being sent and delivered. Sorry. Okay. So this is an animated GIF. And I like to say GIF because that's the right way to say it. So basically, this is a little GIF that just shows you how to send mail through the command line. I'm not saying you guys ever want to do this. This is actually a pretty bad way to send mail, but this is how WordPress sends mail, to be honest. So WordPress will use PHP because WordPress is running on PHP, and it'll go and there's a function called WP_mail, and WP_mail just uses the PHP function, and I'll explain that in just a second. But the PHP that you have running on your server will just drop kind of like to command line and run the send mail command. So this is actually, this little animated GIF is me logging into my web server, typing in mail-s. And so I'm going in and telling it, okay, here, run the mail command with this subject and send to this email address. And then you put the subject, or I'm sorry, you put the body in, said this is a test, don't send mail this way, and then you hit send. Okay. This all makes sense in just a second. So the problem with using the send mail that's running on my web server, which PHP uses, which in turn WordPress uses, Google sees it as spam. It's sent from this this server here, a2 s37.a2hosting.com, which isn't my real domain. I'm actually somewhat surprised it made it to me. I was like, great, at least it's getting there. It was seen as spam though, so it didn't go into my inbox. Well, it went into my inbox, but into my spam folder within my inbox. So that's a problem. And also, so like I said in the last slide, so A2 server 37 is where it was originating from. And I went and looked at MX Toolbox and said, okay, well, what is A2 S37? And it doesn't have MX records. It doesn't have anything. There's nothing set up on there properly to handle mail. So like in this case, I could probably go in here and tell sideways8.com that, hey, start accepting mail from A2S37 dots, blah, 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 whatever my web server address is. But that will change at some point if the web, actually that server was migrated about a year ago. So, that would stop working at some point. And so here's a little screenshot just showing you how WordPress handles it. And it says right here, this is the source code of the mail function within WordPress. And if you look at line 415, it says, set to use PHP's mail function. And so that's the problem. So we're basically dependent on whatever is set up on the web server to send that mail. And that's why things wind up in a spam folder or never make it to where it's supposed to go. And as you can see here, if you look at the mail function that WordPress references, and you look at that in the PHP documentation, it shows that if you look right in the middle, right here, it just says send. It says mail, who it's going to, the subject, and then the message. That's exactly what my little animated GIF is doing. It's using those same tools to send the mail. And so one of the main problems, and this is probably not the case for things like Bluehost or A2 or GoDaddy or something like that. Mail is probably installed on the web server there, but some of the newer servers, not newer, bad term, some of the, I guess, more configured things like SpinUp WP, for example, that will use DigitalOcean for servers. When you spin up a server there, it doesn't install mail. In fact, they won't let you install. Well, I guess you could go in there, but by default, it's not installed there. So when you have a site on SpinUp WP, it'll send you a little notification saying, hey, you've got to use a third-party service to send mail because we don't want mail on the server. Reasons why you need a solution. Hopefully all that stuff makes sense to you guys, and I'm sure we'll have some questions at the end. But so why you might need a solution. Mail might not be installed on the server. Mail might be seen as spam by a lot of major filters. DNS is probably not configured to accept mail directly from your web server, and that address can change kind of without you knowing. Some hosting companies like WP Engine, they allow just a little email to run through their servers. They recommend, and they have a page explaining how to set up one of these things like Mailgun or SendGrid or something like that. But a lot of hosting companies would prefer people route their mail through a third-party service, and WP Engine, for example, will limit you to, they won't tell you how many they allow you to send, but I mean, once you hit that limit, it'll block it, and then your contact form stops working. All right, so what can we do? We can ignore it. Some people say that they never get mail from their website, so it doesn't really matter, which, I mean, that might be the case. You might not get comments, and you might just have one user. But what if you need to do a password reset? That's an email that is sent. If you're not worried about that, then you can ignore it. And if you don't have any contact forms on there, you can ignore it. But that's not 99% of the people out there. So you can use your own mail server to do this. So if you have your email through Google Apps or Zoho or wherever your email is, you can just set up a new email account and route email through that. And you use a plugin that will intercept the mail function that I've shown you before. It will intercept it, and instead of using the PHP way to do it, it'll start sending mail through your mail server, or you can use this is what I recommend, using something like SendGrid or Mailgun. I used to have a favorite, and my slides probably says that SendGrid is my favorite. I think both of them are great. Both of them are cheap or almost free to a certain extent, but I'll kind of go into that. All right, guys, so here are the solutions. If you guys have not been paying attention at all, here you go. First thing you want to do is use a plugin to do this. So I normally will set up an email account like no reply at whatever domain name.com, because I'm never going to be checking this. And I think a lot of people out there, when they see that an email came from no reply, they realize no one's ever going to respond to that email. But you need some kind of user to send the mail through. And then you can use one of these plugins. I'm actually a big fan of this EasyWP SMTP or the Post SMTP mailer. The first one that shows up there, even though they do have 1 million plus active installs, I still prefer the other ones because this one, the first one, there's a little, they have some advertisements in there. I'm just not a huge fan. I'd rather just get to the point. But anytime you're using a plugin, always make sure that you're getting good reviews, 4+, or 5 stars, and make sure that there's a decent amount of active installs in there. That always helps. But once you get in there, and let's say you do use this WP mailer SMTP, if you leave it as it's configured right here, it's just going to use PHP to send it versus the default PHP function to send it. Make sure you actually configure it to go through another mail server like Gmail or Mailgun or SendGrid or something like that. Mailgun and SendGrid both have their own plugin for it, and that's what I recommend. And they are pretty much free. So if you were to use Mailgun, go install the plugin, activate it, create an account, and you have to put a couple DNS records in here. It's actually pretty simple. I know it's daunting if you've never done it. Honestly, I'll be available, though, if anyone needs some help with this. Shoot me an email. I can point you guys in the right direction and help you guys with this. But you just have to put in 2 TXT records, basically telling your domain to accept mail from Mailgun. Put the CNAME in here, and here are some MX records. Add those in there, and you'll be up and running. Very similar with SendMail. I'm sorry, SendGrid. Same concept. They have their own plugin. And one thing I do like about theirs, SendGrid's plugin, is I can run a little test. So once I've gone in, set up my account, and put my DNS records in there properly, I can go in and just test it. Put in, my email address or my client's email address, whatever, and test it and make sure it's working. And this is where I think things like SendGrid and Mailgun are a little better than using just a normal Gmail or your normal email account. It does some tracking for you. So in this case here with this screenshot, you can see that one of the email addresses was not delivered. If you're using a Gmail account to send your mail, you're not going to have this type of control. You're not going to have like a log probably of what's actually happening. But this is pretty cool because SendGrid says, okay, it was received by this server and it was blocked. And so this email address was blocked and here is why. And it tells you, error 550, blah, 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 blah. And it contained spam-like characteristics, and it's awesome to be able to have that, be able to tell a client that like, hey, this isn't working, this email address is the problem. And then you can actually go into SendGrid and tell them, start accepting, you can remove this basically from a spam list, which is really, really handy. All right, getting close to the end here. I feel like I've moved pretty fast. But if you want to be a DNS master, or if you want to go to sleep when at night and read this book. It'll do two things. It'll make you a master and then put you to sleep. It's an incredible book that really explains DNS and bind. And I actually have read that when I set up my first mail server, like in 2003 or so. I learned a whole lot about DNS. Things have gotten more complex now, but it's a great book. Google it. All right, a couple tools that I use that I've mentioned, mxtoolbox.com, free, website where you can test out your MX records and things like that. whatsmydns.net is brilliant too. It's a great service where I use it occasionally with MX records and stuff like that. But if I'm migrating a site from one server to the next, this comes in real handy. And I can say, let's say I migrated sideways8.com to a new server. I can go to whatsmydns.com and type in sideways8.com, and it'll come back and it'll list about 20 different servers throughout the world and what IP address it thinks it should have or what it has. So when when it is in the middle of propagating a domain that has been transferred, that's really, really handy. I use that tool all the time. I think Micah Wood actually told me about that one. Another thing is really that's I use a lot is a VPN to test things. Sometimes just to see what different servers are connected to. A VPN will come in handy. Then you've got some terminal tools too. Terminal, whether you're on a Mac or Linux or in Windows, I think you can go into CMD or DOS or whatever that is in the Windows world. But go into terminal, you can run these commands like whois, and you type in whois space sideways8.com, and it'll return the DNS records, or at least the domain name registration information, which will have the DNS records in there. You can also use NX lookup and nmap. So don't ignore your terminal. There's some really cool tools in there. And that is it for me. So I am, I think, ready for questions. If you guys, if you have a question, it's like way too complex, shoot me an email. But that's, I guess we're ready. Mark? Mark, you are muted. If you're talking, sorry.
I'm sorry. I think we have the system doing one side, I unmute, and the end result is Mark gets muted. So thank you so much for the helpful information, because email is still a part of a threading of communication that's necessary. I don't see any immediate questions from the YouTube live chat, but I'll continue to monitor it. Personally, I've become involved in supporting a campaign where actually through Mailgun, we got blacklisted. And my question is, how do you find out your domain value and best tips for recovery when you do hit whatever tolerances Mailgun or other tools may have?
Yeah, that is brutal. When I did IT stuff before I was doing web stuff, so this was like 2005 or so. I did. We had an Exchange server that I set up. This was basically pre-Google Apps and stuff like that. So I mean, things have changed. I feel like I'm just dating myself here, yeah, we got blacklisted, and it's a little brutal. One of the to be completely honest, it's been years since I've dealt with that, because of the fact that I normally just tell clients, listen, you've got Google Apps. It's not that expensive. That's going to be your best bet is just use Google Apps. But if for a lot of different reasons, cost for when one reason. Some people might not. When I've gotten blacklisted in the past, there's a service called is it Spam House, but like German spelling, HAUS, I think, Spam House. That is, I think, where you need to begin. Go just Google that, Spam House, and house is HAUS. My German is nicht gut, so I'm not 100% sure how to spell it. But anyway, you can go there and basically fill out a form and say, hey, yes, we were blacklisted. Please remove us. We're not spammers. We have since resolved the problem, and please remove us from that list. And you have to do that with a couple different services. But I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Spam House was really good, and it's kind of walks you through some of that stuff.
Very good, very good. And I do have a question coming in from Tim. Can we hear more about your favorite WordPress SMTP plugin? And then part two of it, what makes it a favorite for you?
Well, so I can still share my screen. You guys can still, oh no, you can't see my screen. So, okay. So to be honest, concerning my favorites, they're very similar, to be honest. They all kind of do the same thing. They give you some fields to put in the username, the password, the port number, and stuff like that. To me, I would say just keep it as simple as possible. And that's honestly one of the reasons I think like that first one, I think it's WPE. I have to go to my slides. Give me 1 second.
Yep, and we have a note in the chat that give Stefan a cue, and he'll put it up for you.
Okay, I'm not going to share my screen. We're good. But so like the WP Mail SMTP by WP Forms. Honestly, their stuff is just a little naggy. I mean, I get it. They're trying to make money. More power to them. Plugin developers should make money. I'm totally fine with that. But for something like this, if you don't need that plugin, the easy WP SMTP is good enough for me, and it's simple. So there's nothing like as far as what makes it my favorite. It's just simple. It doesn't have a lot of extra features, and it's not nagware per se. So.
Very good, very good. And we have an inquiry from JMS Home 1. Any experience or thoughts about Amazon Simple Email Sending SES service?
To be honest, I've never dealt with that. I know I've dealt with a lot of AWS services, all 1,033 of them, because there's so many of them. It's probably good. I mean, it's kind of like Amazon's route. Is it called Route 53 with their DNS? Like their DNS is great. It's just, it is much more complex to me than it is something like using Cloudflare, because I think Cloudflare does an incredible job with the DNS. In AWS, all their stuff, if you have the time to learn it, it's probably great. I've never dealt with that. So unfortunately, I probably should look it up though. It's probably a good service.
Okay. And I have a detailed question from Suj. I'm sorry if I can't say this. SCHAER. Should be able to pronounce
Sue.
it.
Hey,
okay,
Sue.
Sue is asking, contact form not working with Microsoft-based email, but she had a client whose contact form wouldn't work, but works fine with Gmail-based email address. Would this be an issue inside the setting of Microsoft?
Yeah, so I actually dealt with that last week, might have been 2 weeks ago. I had a client using SendGrid and using SendGrid for like 6 years, and then something happened, and I was like, you know what? Let's use a POP3 or an email account. And he said, well, I use Office 365. I said, perfect. And I didn't realize, okay, that's actually not perfect. But I did get it resolved. When you do that, when you use something like Outlook 365, you need to contact them. And this is, I told him, I said, listen, everything's looking right for me, but I'm getting denied when I try to send the mail. And I had to contact, or they had to contact Office 365 and get them to open, it's like a checkbox in an account somewhere where you enable SMTP for an account. And immediately once that checkbox was checked and saved, I was able to send mail, and it worked great. So it was, for some reason, they didn't. It's kind of like they only want you to send mail through their the webmail that they offer, and to use it differently, you have to. It's just one little setting. I can't exactly show you where that is, but it is possible. This was they just called Office 365 and they enabled it, and it took 5 minutes and it was working.
Nice. Glad to hear that. A personal question again in the threading of this great topic. In email, the opt-in, opt-out, visible, not being visible, not necessarily a WordPress, but we see it very commonly through MailChimp or Constant Contact or something. How important is that, do you think, in the context of email integrity?
Maybe I'm not sure if I truly understand the question with the opt-in and opt-out. You talk about like if someone's signing up for a newsletter?
One being available in the email is that I've heard something about, like, Google is particular to make it visible to have an opt-out statement in mass sendings of email.
Opt-out. Okay, I'm following you now. So the unsubscribe in an email. To be honest, I'm not that familiar with that. I mean, trust me, I use the unsubscribe all the time. Like every once in a while, I'll go into my inbox and just type in unsubscribe, and then just to pull up all the emails that have that in there. But I would almost say like my team that used to be at Sideways 8, like they're the marketing people, and to me that's like more of a marketing thing. And I am not well versed on signups and things like that, unfortunately. So,
gotcha.
But I do know. I mean, I do know that. I'm pretty sure it is legally, like it's required if you're sending out a mass mail to have that unsubscribe. And to be honest, I ran into some email from someone in Cobb County, which is near Atlanta, where they were sending out it was political garbage and it didn't have an unsubscribe in there. And I always feel bad when I'm in Gmail and I unsubscribe, but this one, like I couldn't unsubscribe, so I had to report it as spam, and I felt a little bad, but I'm like, it's political stuff, so I don't care too much if it's political stuff. So
gotcha. A little bit on a parallel track. We're talking about the email threading, but what about the use of a phone number and texting automation? Are there similar overall characteristics of how that process works or sensitivities? Because I see people leaving email and trying to go for text messaging. And
yeah, and there it is just as locked down, I guess, as email is. So if if a company sends me an unsolicited email, that's technically illegal. They can send one basically saying that you can, to opt in, and then they can start sending you text messages. And I was helping out with a political party, oddly enough, a few months ago, and they were using Twilio, if I'm saying that correctly, and sending out mail that way. And some of the things would bounce back, just like how email, saying this person has unsubscribed, don't, and they were blocking us to send that text message to them. I think it's super important. People don't want to be annoyed. There's so much information. Like on my phone, I've removed Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff because I feel like I get too much information from stuff. I want to choose the time, and so like anytime I'm on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, I'm actually on my desk doing it because I just don't want those distractions because it's just a time suck. But things like the text messages, Twilio is a great service though, and honestly, I've had a couple clients this year alone where they said, "Hey, I don't really care if I get email from my website. I need, because I'm out in the field, I need to get a text." And so I've used Gravity Forms with a Twilio add-on built by Gravity Forms, to integrate those things. And I got them up and running in about 15 minutes, with text messages, which is pretty brilliant. I mean, Gravity Forms, I'm sure Ninja Forms has a similar, module. But that type of technology has become so easy to implement.
Very good, very good. And if you had a new client come knocking at your door and said, I need to connect to my customers, and in the world we live in, we're trying to broadcast content through our website, and communication seems to be not just websites, but the email, Facebook, instant messaging. Do you have any future thoughts on effective future communication that you would recommend, or what strategy would you?
Oh goodness.
That's a big question. I realize.
Yeah, we're out of time. So I don't know. It to me it's so hard to keep up with technology. I mean, even when when they started putting spam filters, up, I mean, decade plus ago, that type of stuff, it's hard to keep up with. It's hard to be an expert in every field, just because I do a lot of hosting. I host 300 to about 350 sites or so on DigitalOcean, and then some on WP Engine. And I try to keep up with those clients, try to keep them happy, and keep up with that type of technology. But it is really hard to predict what's going to be happening. And what's in my humble opinion, it's more of Google, like what is Google gonna do, versus more like what is the industry gonna do, because we have these massive companies like Google that when they decide, like for example with browsers, when they decide, a website, it's going to get a lower ranking if it doesn't have an SSL. We don't have much control over that. They are open about it. They don't normally show us something, like you can read up on it if you have time to keep up with all that information. So it's public knowledge, but it is hard to keep up with, those type of things. And I don't make any predictions anymore. But the only prediction that I make is that WordPress will be around long enough to where when I am retiring, I'll still be doing WordPress. I don't know what's going to happen with WordPress, but when there's 37 million websites out there that are WordPress, you know, and if WordPress were to stop today, in 20 years, I'm still going to be fixing, you know, some ancient, you know, WordPress, you know, site. So, I mean, I have so much of my life and just, you know, what I do invested in the WordPress community. You know, that's my prediction, is that it will, even if we stop today, when I'm, you know, ready to retire, I'm still going to be able to get some work, you know, maintaining some WordPress sites. So
Yep.
at least that's my hope.
Yep. Gotcha. Well, I volunteer for the Experienced Workforce Initiative here in Western North Carolina, and you know, the reality is there is a digital divide, there is a learning curve, there is a population of folks that is learning, and it seems like they're still in the expectation of being in the email world before they go to texting or other communication tools. Given your network, your spouse, your mom, dad, or what type of common questions do you get from your network on as a frequently asked question for your subject matter expertise?
Oh goodness. Honestly, when you I think about my mom, and I have a question for her. Why is her Gmail, her font so big? It drives me nuts when I jump on her computer. Sorry, that's just kind of like where my brain went, because anytime I have to go to command minus to get it where it shrinks down to a normal size in there. Honestly, this is I have run into you know, email not being delivered or spam. I think a lot of I'm totally drawing a blank on gravity forms. Like maybe it's just me. I don't know, but I feel like I'm getting a lot more junk mail through all of the websites that I host with forms. Even if I'm using Gravity Forms and I have a CAPTCHA active, and I do a dumb question, you know, like where they have to fill in the blank. Like the most recent one I did was, when something that goes up must come, and then you fill in the blank. And if the person doesn't type in down, the form won't submit. But bots are just hammering those things for me lately. And I honestly don't have a great solution for it, except for, you know, first use a CAPTCHA. You know, that catches most of it, but I do have one site right now that I'm trying to tinker with it and figure out like what is causing this annoyance, you know, this constant, a lot of the content is Russian, or I think it's Russian. It looks Russian to me. Could be something else, but you know that type of stuff is super obnoxious. You know, but that's what I'm kind of dealing with a lot lately. But I mean, I just tell people try a CAPTCHA and then try to do a form field that does some kind of not error checking, but you know, a question that's simple enough for a 5-year-old to answer. In hopes that fixes that issue.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, we're approaching 2 minutes on our countdown, and yeah, it's just been jam-packed with some valuable information. That's definitely a little bit on the technical side, but I'm going to hand you a magic wand, and that magic wand is going to come through our technology there, and okay. I want you to receive that magic wand. What do you wish WordPress would do on this subject in the future? You know, given the magic wand, what would your wish be?
Goodness, honestly, my number one thing with WordPress that I'm hoping that is better, and not better in the future, but something that we figure out, you know, is totally off topic here. Not this, but talking to a friend of mine about page builders, you know, and with the whole Gutenberg thing, you know, my number one thing, you know, I hope in the immediate future, you know, like within the next year or so, that that Gutenberg kind of allows us to edit the header and footer. I think that's where we're going, and that's what I've said. Ever since they did Gutenberg, I'm a Beaver Builder fan. I dabble with Elementor occasionally. I really like Beaver Builder, but when Gutenberg allows a way, and I think they're very close to doing that, where you can edit the header and footer, those page builders will start to adapt and probably just become Gutenberg block companies, versus actual like page builder companies. I'm excited about that in the future. As much of a pain it was, years ago when Gutenberg first came out and all that hate, it's going to be great in the future, and I'm excited about that.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, Aaron, listen, from Asheville, North Carolina, WordCamp 2020. Look forward to when you can come up and visit us in person, because Asheville
Yes.
is totally awesome. Atlanta is what, a couple hours away?
Yeah, I feel like it's 2.5, 3.
2.5, 3.
Yeah, I can't wait to go back up there for WordCamp. That'll be awesome.
Sounds great. Well, thank you for your time today. We really appreciate your insights and your wisdom. So have a wonderful weekend.
All right, thank you. See ya.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. This is Mark, your MC on the front porch of Asheville WordCamp 2020. We continue with another exciting, engaging topic. Cover your assets, WordPress accessibility, images, videos, and more. I had the good fortune of meeting Joe just a couple hours ago on the topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and part of that formula of the digital divide and digital inclusion is also the topic of accessibility. So Joe, I look forward to hearing more about this topic, because definitely more and more images and videos are being seen in the online world, and can't wait to see your strange creatures coming up.
Imagine a presentation with no sound or no visuals. Over the past 8 months, we've all been forced to stay at home, and we've gotten a taste of how it is to be denied some things that we take for granted. But imagine if that was the case all the time. When you dealt with a website, when you left your home, you faced barriers. Welcome to Cover Your Assets. My name is Joe Simpson Jr. Hello world. I'm here in Southern California, praying for an end to these wildfires, but I'm sending out best wishes to the WordPress community. Today I'm going to talk about accessibility. And at the end of this presentation, I'll tell you what these images are, but they're connected, trust me. But before we get started, let me take a step back and tell you something that I found interesting. I was a Disney parent. I was a husband of a Disney parent. And all parents, when they had kids, they would take them to Disneyland, whether or not they understood what they mean at 1 year old. And we also bought all the movies. Now imagine, the movie experience. Back in the day, an epic always had a sweeping opening, and The Lion King was no different. For 4 minutes and 44 seconds, there were incredible sweeping shots and songs, and they wanted you to go out and buy the record and go out and buy the animals. And the first words were uttered after 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Now imagine a world that didn't have captioning on those videos. How could someone that couldn't hear understand the meaning of the Lion King theme song? We all sing it in our heads. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about those other things in WordPress accessibility. Some of those assets that you'll be using as a beginner to WordPress, or if you've been using WordPress for a while as a more advanced user, some of those things you should really cross your T's and dot your I's on to make sure that your information is accessible to everyone. My name is Joe Simpson Jr. As I mentioned before, I'm a SiteGround ambassador, as well as during the day, I work for Metro Los Angeles. I'm part of the web team. I help get people out of their cars and into public transportation. Unfortunately, that's on hold right now to a much more limited extent, but we're trying to clean the air. So we have a great mission. I've been in WordPress since 2010. My WordPress journey began when our lead developer and our CSS goddess both left within 2 weeks of each other. And someone turned around and handed me a WordPress site that was done in Headway. For those that had been around for a long time, the Headway theme framework and WordPress. And I was asked to pick it up and continue with it. It was our news blog. It's very active. Our editors wrote 5 stories a day. And I was asked to maintain and build my first child theme. Fortunately, we had a budget and they were able to send me up to the Napa Valley, and I've had my first experience with the WordPress community. Now, I was a front-end designer turned HTML person back then. You know, I went from graphic design to web design, and I was sent to this intensive VIP developer conference in Napa Valley. Matt Mullingweg, all the core engineers were there. And I was asked to spin up a virtual box on the first day. Now, can you imagine someone that had no experience as a developer being asked to do that? But the amazing thing was that everyone that was near me, they didn't make me feel silly. They included me. They welcomed me. They helped me. And I was like, wow, this WordPress thing is pretty awesome. So that's what they mean by community. And ever since then, I've been in the community. I got back into it 3 years ago. And during this time, I've always had accessibility sort of on the back burner. At Metro, unfortunately, we were sued for having, it started at our bus stops that they said weren't compliant, but it turned into part of our web was deemed as well. So I had to mitigate some PDFs and things of that nature. So that's how I was aware of it. And I'll talk more about that later. I'm the founder of 2 WordPress meetups here in Santa Clarita, one on WordPress general topics, as well as one on Elementor. I also loved WordPress so much and was so crazy about it. I said, hey, I'm gonna start up these meetups and we're gonna do a WordCamp. Within 2 years, we've done 2 WordCamps. So if you can't tell, I'm into the WordPress community big time. So today's gonna sort of be like one of our meetups. When you walk through the door of our virtual meetup these days, you're welcomed, but it's a learning environment. It's a nurturing environment. We help each other learn. So hopefully today, I'll share some of the information I have. It's gonna be interactive. I'm gonna pause to ask you some questions, get your answers on YouTube. And at the end, there'll be time to answer questions as well. I always say, I'll give you what I have. If I can answer your question, I will. If I can't, I'll find an answer. And if someone in the audience has an answer, we could share that way. That's what I'm all about. And that's why I believe so much in the WordPress community. We're always giving to each other. So you ready? Let's get started. You can contact me at any of these, just Joe Simpson Jr. at Twitter, Facebook, etc. You could just enter that after the URL and you'll find me. The slides today are going to be at this URL on bit.ly. So I'll leave that up for a few seconds so that you can get that. And also I'll have it at the end so you can write down then. I love to intersperse these meaningful quotes that I come across in the day-to-day, and especially they're getting me through these tough times as we're all going through as a country and as a world with a pandemic. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. I hope at the end of this session, I will have given you some information and inspired you to make a difference in the WordPress community. The powerful thing about WordPress is that you have direct input on the future of WordPress. If you want to write code and contribute it to a repository as a theme or a plugin, you have the ability to. There's a community here to support you. So I want to empower you to be an advocate for accessibility. Let's start with the definition. What is accessibility? Accessibility means websites, the tools and technologies should be designed and developed so that people with disabilities can use them. I'm going to change this to say so that everyone can use it. When you build a site that everyone can use, you make it accessible for everyone. So we'll talk about some of the things you can do with your assets to make those accessible. You'll often hear when people talk about accessibility, they'll talk about WCAG. WCAG stands for Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. They were developed, and the goal behind it was to provide a single shared standard that meets the needs of individuals, organizations, and governments internationally when dealing with accessibility topics. They walk you through all the things that you need to do, or the steps, or they give you the guidelines so that you can make the stuff that you build for the internet and for WordPress accessible. So we come to our first question today. And again, I like to do the interactive thing in my meetups. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. I'll pause since this is going out over YouTube, and I'll ask for your answers, and then I'll show the answer next. Our first question is, what does A11Y mean? Is it a clever Instagram hashtag for an Instagram model? Is it a robot in a Disney animated film? Is it the number of characters between the letter A and the letter Y in the word accessibility? I'll give you a few seconds. Got it? Okay. The answer is C. It's the number of letters between in accessibility between the letters A and Y. So that's a fun fact. You can tweet to that hashtag. There's a lot of resources on YouTube and on Twitter and on Instagram if you just search for that. It's a code word in the community when we're talking about inclusivity and accessibility. Now for the scary part. I always have a scared straight segment in my accessibility talk. And it's not to scare you, but it's just to provide you the facts. A lot of times you'll run into folks at these meetups. And I have another presentation where someone actually got so mad that she punched me in the shoulder because it worked her up so much. But let's just start with the facts. Unfortunately, sites are refusing to make their information accessible. And over the years, they've kept track of numbers since 2005, or even before then, but these are the numbers I'm going to show you. The number of lawsuits since 2005 has dramatically increased. Over 2,256 in 2019. So companies are getting dinged for this. A lot of times, I spoke on a topic at WordCamp Long Beach, and there was a gentleman bird dogging me in the audience. He was staring at me with eyes that were burning right through me. And he was saying, it's just really big companies are getting sued. Why do I have to worry about this? Why do I have to go back to my client and talk about making his site accessible? Well, it's not just the big companies. And again, the big companies have been dinged. Let me show you some of the companies that have been dinged. Even Disney's on this list. Hilton, all sectors, transportation, Amtrak, Greyhound, banks, B of A, higher education, some of the top schools, Harvard and the Ivy League has been dinged. The home food delivery services, Domino's, pizza delivery, Burger King, McDonald's, they've all been dinged because they feel they didn't have to make a site that was inclusive to everyone. Sometimes they set up different processes, or they just ignore them altogether. And again, at the beginning, I talked about, can you imagine sitting through a movie and not being able to read captions and just having to watch it in silence? We've been forced as a world to stay in and see, and you can see all of the damage that it's doing to us psychologically, being forced to stay away from things that we normally do. You hear the stories of the Karens of the world that get super upset or get violent when someone tells them to wear a mask. It's being forced to do something against your will. But just imagine if people just ignore you altogether in terms of your website or the website experience. So again, I'm pleading to you, let's make a difference. We're going to cover some basic areas today, really briefly, but we're going to show you some tips and tricks that you can use when you're dealing with images. And these are just various forms of content that we all use, and we all use them a lot. Who doesn't use an image on their website? Who doesn't embed a video on their website or on YouTube and link to it or embed it on their site? And then we'll talk a little bit about the text or the stuff that people read on the website as well. Okay, the first area is images. Most everyone that's watching this knows the term alt tag. That's our introduction into accessibility. Way back, you probably heard, hey, you should put an alt tag on your images. But alt tags are beneficial to people that use screen readers or other types of technology. It gives them the context of what the image is that's on the page, because they may not be able to see the image. Oftentimes, alt tags are done poorly or not at all. And we'll have a couple of examples that you can get involved with to test your knowledge on how you write accessibility tags or alt images. Context rules everything. I was going to drop in, I was on a panel earlier and they kept dropping in references to an Ice Cube song. I was going to use a reference to a Wu-Tang Clan song, which was Cream, as content rules everything around me. And it should rule everything around you as well when it comes to images. Context is king. Someone needs to understand what that image is supposed to convey through the alt tag that you write. It's not simply a title that you put on an image, which was sort of like how they did it in the old days. We really want to provide context for the images to tell a story to the person that needs to hear it. First question in the alt tag images section. This is a picture of one of my favorite authors, Toni Morrison. What is the appropriate alt text for the picture that you see here? Below the picture is the context for the picture. So underneath the picture on this web page, it says, in the late 1960s, Toni Morrison became the first Black female editor in fiction at Random House in New York City. So with that in mind, is it the proper alt tag A to put in there an image of Toni Morrison? Or is it B, Toni Morrison wrote The Beloved and won the Nobel Prize in 1993? Is it C, an empty alt attribute, such as in the parentheses, alt equals blank will suffice? Or just D, Toni Morrison? I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about it. And again, think about the context of the picture and the text below. All right, and the answer is, oh, yeah, clicked off here. D, Toni Morrison. The image already mentions her name, so you don't have to say it's an image of Toni Morrison. It already provides the context in terms of what you wanted to say about the image, and that she was a writer and she won the Nobel Prize. So you don't have to give information that's not relevant to that picture. So B isn't really needed, or C, it doesn't need to be empty, which is another type of alt tag. In terms of if it's a decorative image or something like that, you would leave it blank. All right, here's a second one. And again, this is a little more tricky. The image itself is a link, and her name below is a link. So in this sense, or in this situation, what is the appropriate alt text? Is it A, an empty alt attribute will suffice? Is it B, Wikipedia entry for Chloe, Anthony, Toni Wofford Morrison? Is it C, read more? Or is it D, Toni Morrison? Okay, I'll give you a few seconds to think about it. All right, the answer is A, an empty alt tag. An alt attribute will suffice. The link is taking you to the page. It's telling you that it's Toni Morrison and that you're going to get more information when you go over to the page. So that one is a very simple solution in terms of the alt tag. Okay, in terms of videos, more video content is uploaded to the web in 1 month than the history of television created in the past 3 decades. Just think about that. We're all creating content. We're all creating our brands on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, etc. So much content is going up, but how much of it is being captioned or transcribed? There was an interesting, I saw a presentation by a gentleman at WordCamp Europe, and he shared this information that I found on off.com as well, of.com. It was 80% of people who use captions aren't deaf or hard of hearing. There are situations if you're traveling on a train or a bus and you can't listen to it out loud, or if you're in the office and you can't have the volume on and then you don't have your headphones. A lot of people, or if you're looking at a Facebook image or a TikTok, people usually don't listen to what they're watching. So that was an amazing stat that it was so high. Here are a couple of other things to think about. Adding captions to Facebook videos increased the viewing time by 12%. People want that additional information. People want, just like I mentioned in the beginning with the sweeping opening for a movie, imagine how much better that experience was when you saw the lyrics to The Lion King and it described what was going on in that scene. It's your chance to add to the experience. Again, it's the user experience that takes someone through a sale. It's the user experience that allows someone to effectively use your website and get to your bottom line. Also, 85% of Facebook videos are watched without sound. And I mentioned a couple of examples of that. So why not create captions for those? All right, here's an example of the Lion King animated that I mentioned earlier. And we'll talk about some specifics. This part of the movie was showing, it was telling the listener that a woman was singing. And we'll talk about how you differentiate between voices and things like that when you're creating captions and why you need to do so. And I think I just gave you a hint to our next question. Generally, when you transcribe a video, you should A, transcribe non-speech sounds, such as music, noise, etc. Emphasize as many words as possible with capitals. You don't need to do much. You love using the auto caption feature in YouTube. D, the Instagram tag. I'm fixated on Instagram these days. Or E, all of the above. Again, think about it in terms of captioning and providing a user experience for the listener or the person with the assistive device. All right, the answer is A, non-speech sounds. The other ones were all incorrect in a small way. You can emphasize words with all caps, but you don't need to do it with as many as possible. You need to be very specific when you use all caps. Auto captioning, we'll talk about that a little later. It's something that isn't really good, but it can be a useful tool for you to create captions, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. Here's another one. Which of the following is not true? You don't need to identify different or relevant speakers when you write captions or transcripts. Non-speech sounds appear in parentheses. And again, these are specifics that when you write captions, these add to the experience when someone's listening back. Profanity should be included. So we're watching a film and someone just drops an F-bomb. When you're writing a caption, should that be included? Or D, captions should generally be 1 or 2 lines. So each frame of the film, as it works through, you should only see 2 lines. Or should you see 3 or 4, or does it matter? What's the answer? I'll give you another second. And again, make sure you drop the answers in the YouTube channel. I'm gonna go back later and see, and hopefully we'll have some interaction at the end so we could talk about these things. It's A, do not identify different relevant speakers. You do need to. And again, that's something that's useful to someone that's listening. So for instance, if someone is a male and he's speaking to a female when she starts to speak, or if there's someone in narrating, it would be a nice feature to differentiate those. So you do need to differentiate the different speakers. Okay, and again, like I mentioned, this is the beginning of The Lion King, the most recent one, which is live action. And I did notice some differences between the two when I was going back and listening. Back then, the original, they listed the lyrics, which were in Zulu, along with the additional lyrics from the song. And in the modern version, they didn't. And I reached out to a couple of folks in the community, and the way they're doing it currently is sort of the trend. If it's a different language, you're not required to, unless it's specific in terms of its importance in watching of the film. So in the newer version, it does tell you that a man is singing in Zulu, and then it tells you that the woman is singing in English. So it does differentiate the two. So here's an example, and lyrics are in parentheses. Again, I mentioned that there was a part when the woman started singing, when the giraffes came over the hillside, and again, it differentiated between the two. Italics also means lyrics in the captioning world. So again, here are a couple of examples, and I'll provide a link to some step-by-step or some tips that they give you in terms of writing captions as well. Okay, sorry, let me grab a little water. I was in a panel a little earlier, and my voice is gonna go, but I hope it doesn't. All right, so what you see here is, and this is a beginner's guide to captioning. And again, I'm just gonna sort of gloss over it a little bit, but this is a way to get them up, because a lot of folks are doing podcasts these days. A lot of folks are creating videos, and they're not long form videos. And sometimes you might do an interview that's 30 minutes or 45 minutes, or like a WordPress presentation is 50, 40 minutes. Shorter form things, a podcast that may be 12 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes, or something even shorter. So I would recommend for beginners on a low budget, if you have time, which a lot of us don't, but again, this is a simple way for the shorter form things. Go into YouTube, you upload the video, keep it private or unlist it, and it'll create auto captions for you. You select the auto captions and you come into your YouTube studio and you can edit it. So what you see on the left is the actual time points in the, and it's reflective of what's going on the screen. And on the right, what you see is the actual captions showing as it's playing. And underneath the video, you see the time points. So it actually tells you when they're saying what they're saying. And Google and YouTube does a great job of at least getting the time points in place. Now, I've seen a really great, and I'm going to mention it a little later, a really great presentation on auto captions. Auto captions in the accessibility community are called craptions, because a lot of times they'll create something that's hilarious, obscene, and often funny. But like I said, when you're in this state, when you're in private mode or unlisted, you can go in and edit those, make those corrections, clean up your transcripts, and then publish it. And what that's going to do is when you post a video, you need to think SEO as well. If you have a transcript and a caption file, the search engines can search that. YouTube can search that. That'll increase your rankings. It improves your SEO. Again, when most people think about accessibility, they think, oh, I have to do something special for this group. But just think about a couple of things that I know the 30th anniversary of the ADA, Accessibility Citizens with Disabilities Act, or Americans with Disabilities Act, was passed 30 years ago. And some of those things that we take for granted, which made all of our lives better, all of our lives easier, Imagine leaving your market and boom, jumping off the curb. The cut curb is a result of making entrances to buildings or curbs on streets accessible. It benefits everyone. Think about elevators or ramps. Ramps weren't required for buildings. So imagine being in a wheelchair and having to get upstairs, but it also benefited the elderly or people with an issue. I know, and a lot of us, we may not be able to empathize with this community, but as we get older, chances are we may have a disability. Or, for example, next week, I unfortunately have to have shoulder surgery. So I'm going to be temporarily disabled. I broke my ankle a couple of years ago, like I'm a weekend warrior, so I apologize. I'm always getting injured, but I broke my ankle and I couldn't go to work for a couple of weeks. I'm not going to be able to work for 4 to 6 weeks in my shoulder. And the amazing thing was when I was down the first time, I had to use the internet to order food. How many of us now during the pandemic have found out that all of our restaurants have really terrible websites that are incredibly unusable? We can't even order food from most of our favorite restaurants. They'll have a PDF, or you have to call, or you have to try to figure out things. But imagine not being able to use a keyboard or not being able to access things in an accessible way. So again, these simple things that we can do to our website benefits everyone. It makes the user experience better for everyone. Again, so start thinking in those terms. So again, with auto captions, you can go in and edit them and save a version that's been cleaned up, and it does a lot of the work for you. But say, hey, I don't want to do that. I'd rather pay someone to do it. There are some resources out there, and I'm only going to show you one. There's some resources out there where you can pay and people can take this auto transcript. You can export this or provide them the link and they could do it for you. So that would even save some time. So they could either take your raw video and transcribe it or write captions for it, or they can take your auto caption file and clean it up. So that would reduce the amount of time and the amount of money that you have to pay. Rev is a big one out there, and I think these are their rates as of yesterday. It's relatively inexpensive. Again, where you run into a little more in terms of budget is if you have the longer form things. So again, if you're doing something quick or you need to do something fast, this may be an option as well. There's also a lot of folks that do it independently, and there's some names out in the community that we can make available for you as well. But the point is, make sure you caption your files. Oh, and another great thing, like for your podcast, a transcription, you can use that to write your blog post. So you can repurpose these captions to do more of the work that you do. Normally, when people post a podcast, they'll write a story about it. If you transcribe it, you can use that content, post it on your site as well, and it writes a story for you. Because again, you know, we may not know this stuff. And in this world, in the web world, there's no losses, only lessons. We can all be better. We can all be advocates for those that need our help and those that want to just do the things that you do in terms of accessing our WordPress sites. So what can you do? I always say, start with the basics. WordPress is great. You can go to the back end of your media editor and you can write your captions. It also, I think it has a checkbox that you can check to tell it that it's a decorative image. Many people wonder whether background images need an alt tag. If they're in a certain, if they're used a certain way, if they're background images, you don't. So you could let WordPress know that. So you can go through and quickly write your captions. I would say start with that. That's always the first step to making your site more usable. Caption and transcribe your videos and podcasts. Then the next thing I'd like to talk about is something that we get a lot at our meetups. When people get into the WordPress community, a lot of times, and I do a presentation about this, they'll come to me and say, Joe, I bought a premium theme and I loaded it and I activated it. It doesn't look anything like the picture on the repository or on the premium website. Little do you know, or little did they know, that it takes a little work. You have to create, go through a certain set of steps to make that site look exactly like theirs. And then they get frustrated, they abandon it, they leave it on the side of the road because it's too frustrating to learn a new admin on top of trying to learn WordPress. So I always tell them to start with the WordPress repository, because in relation to accessibility, WordPress has a series of themes that meet their minimum standards to meet accessibility standards. And I'll show you how to find those. And it's both on .com and .org. So it's a great tool to at least get started. And the thing that you should also know is that this is a starting point. It's not a complete solution, because each and everything that you add to your site after you activate your site, the plugins, the types of content you add to the page, how you use color, how you write your content, all affect your accessibility and how it'll rate or if it'll pass. So these are all, again, for a beginner, these are starting points on the road to making your site accessible. Once you find a theme that you like and you build your site, continually test. Test after you install your theme and do your child theme, or however you want to customize or build your blocks. After you install some plugins, each and every plugin that you install, you need to test and test again. And then finally, I urge you to contribute, to get involved. Again, as I mentioned at the top, we all have the ability to steer, to make an impact on the future of WordPress. And this area needs your help. And I'll talk a little bit about that. First, in terms of accessibility ready theme, this is a category in the WordPress repository. I provided you the link here. And when you go to wordpress.org or .com, there'll be an area at the top of the page where you can insert information and it'll filter the results based on that. So if you enter, if you filter by accessibility ready, I think there are like maybe 10 terms that you could check box and filter based on that. If you click accessibility terms, you'll find 101 themes right off the bat that meet those minimum guidelines. I generally add those in my presentation, but I feel like I'm going long. So there'll be a link at the end that'll take you there as well. So right off the bat in wordpress.org, there are 101 accessibility ready themes. So, and they're all different types in terms of look and feel. So the picky and finicky in the audience, there's something in there for you to at least start with. So do me a favor and try it. Again, oh, I did that one already. It looks like I did that twice. So here's a look. So once I checked accessibility ready, that was just a quick look at some of the themes. And this is on wordpress.com. It has a filter at the top where you start typing accessibility ready and it will show you the filtering item, and then you go through. And again, these are the themes. A lot of the, all of the automatic themes, the 2020, 2019, they're out of the box, accessibility ready, and great tools for you to start. But again, you can see a lot of different styles are represented, which again, a lot of people complain, oh, I don't see what I want something very specific. This at least gets you started, and then you could take it from there. One of my favorite people in terms of learning, I often tell people free is best, especially when you're starting up in the WordPress community. There's so many free resources that you can use to get up and running. And then once you feel like you outgrow a subject, or you learn, or you outgrow your theme, then you can upgrade. There's resources that you can do in terms of learning. Most local libraries have lynda.com by LinkedIn Learning. The local libraries here, our city library and our county library both have it. And there's a great title on WordPress accessibility by Joe Dolson. Joe Dolson is one of the leading voices in this community. He's written a few plugins, and this topic, or this title in lynda.com, is incredible. There's even a section, and it's been updated. There's a section on page builders, which is sort of the rave, but the downside is that none of them really meet the standards in terms of producing accessibility ready content or accessible content on a consistent basis, and you have to fiddle with it and work with it a lot just to get it there. So I would encourage you to take a look at this topic and especially that specific section. And again, the way it would work, if you have a pin card if you have a pin for your library card at the library, you just log into their website and it takes you to the Lynda Library and you go, and it's all free. And the great thing is that they have a beginner's track. I want to be a junior developer track. So it's a whole bunch of different learning paths is what they call them. And they're there for you to use and get up and running. And again, I would say start here if you want to learn about accessibility. I'm also on the organizing committee for the first annual WordPress Accessibility Day. On October 2nd, it's going to be like the Le Mans, but it's going to be, the race over in Europe. This is going to be 24 hours straight of the best in the WordPress community speaking on accessibility. So I would encourage you to volunteer. We're looking for volunteers, and that way you can witness some of the speakers, or if you want, just grab a ticket and you can look through the schedule and determine what you want. I know someone, I'm the volunteer organizer. If you want to volunteer, I'll make sure that you get the topics you want to see. So again, I encourage you, this is another free resource. And again, no matter what time zone you're in, if you're here in the States or you're around the world, there's going to be content live when you're ready for it. So I encourage you to take a look at that. Finally, you can get involved and make a direct impact by going to makewordpress.org. There's an accessibility team. And what you see here is the type of things that they do. They do a lot of testing. So this will get you in the mode of testing your site. And the great thing about accessibility is that it adds to your personal skill set, which means that adds value to your skill set, which you can in turn charge your clients. This is an area that needs help in terms of pushing it forward in WordPress, but also it's an incredibly valuable user experience tool to have in your toolbox. A lot of folks, when they do user experience, they just think of the visuals, the colors, the layout, the path that you move through to achieve a goal on your website. But when you fold in accessibility experience, that takes you to a new level. So again, they meet each Wednesday, I believe, and on Slack, and they work through a lot of the things that you'll find on this page. So again, I encourage you to get involved. And again, the amazing thing is, I know I'm good friends with someone that's on the Make team, but she is on the core team. And she was the lead on the last update of WordPress, the core update. And she would say, I'm not a developer, but she got involved and she was able to manage the project. So she had a direct impact on the current version of WordPress. So don't feel like it's too much, because the community is so nurturing and helping that they're just glad to have additional hands. And then as you learn and make your voice heard, you'll be a valuable team member, and they need you. So again, join Make if you can. Because I encourage you to be the candle or the mirror that reflects and spreads light. You have the power. We're solopreneurs. You have direct control over the product that you create with WordPress. Here are some of my favorite people. These are people that when I saw them speak, or I digested their content on a social channel, they made me want to do what I'm doing today. Like I said, I had a different role in accessibility, and recently, and when I mentioned earlier that I virtually attended WordCamp Europe, I saw this presentation by Ahmed Khalifa on auto captioning and captions and writing captions for video, and that inspired me to go back and spruce up my presentation to incorporate video. He's incredibly funny, he's incredibly knowledgeable, and he has a voice. Like when I mentioned testing, don't just test yourself. Make sure you bring in someone, if you know someone in the accessibility community, to test it out. He's a deaf individual, and his perspective was something that I totally didn't expect or totally didn't know about. And it's similar to what's going on in terms of social justice. So many people are saying, oh, I didn't know that was the case, or I didn't know this. it's just making you aware, because the eyes don't see what the mind doesn't know. And by listening to him and the way that he presented it, I was like, this is so impactful. And I went back, and like I mentioned, I watched The Lion King, and I thought about the captioning before because I saw it at South by Southwest a while back, something similar. And then when I rewatched it with the knowledge that he had shared, it made it a totally different experience. And it really underlined why captioning and transcribing are so important. I also, at a local meetup here, I saw Meryl Evans speak. And she did another speech on captioning. But what I love about her is that her Twitter follow is incredible. She's dinging all the big boys. Like in this tweet here, she's telling Microsoft a thing or two. But just her perspective as a user and what she demands from the people that she trusts to provide tools for her is incredible, and it's inspiring as well. So I was just so happy to get that information at a meetup. And that leads me to the next one. There's someone in our community that's so incredible. I mentioned earlier that when I was watching her speak, someone was got so aggravated that it was so true that what she was saying, she punched me in the shoulder and said, accessibility makes me so angry. This person was speaking, and what I'm most proud of is that she's been a member of the community here in Santa Clarita, and she took the initiative with a couple of other folks. It was funny because she presented at my meetup, and when we were walking out to the car, we saw 2 or 3 people in the parking lot speaking. And they were so inspired by hearing her speak, as I was, that they said, hey, let's start a meetup. And so she and the 2 of them started this meetup. And I would say if you're interested in WordPress related topics in terms of accessibility, they blend it in perfectly. And it's a great way to get up and running. I think they're going to have a meetup next week on e-commerce and making it accessible. A lot of people that build e-commerce sites are really just focused on making a sale. They don't really care that it's a sale to as many people as possible. Now, isn't that kind of weird? Why would you build a site and not want to sell to as many people as possible? Don't you want as much money as possible? So they present topics along those lines, and oftentimes they're hands-on. So that's what's so amazing about the work that she's doing in Santa Clarita. And again, she inspired me to want to present more and to want to talk more and learn more about accessibility. I've actually volunteered to be on Nobility in Texas at the University of Texas is having sort of like their Air Olympics. They've created an event where people are going to build site for charities, and they're going to be teams of accessibility builders, and we're going to get mentored. So it's encouraged me to want to learn more, which I'm going to turn around and share with you. So I would encourage you to visit her meetup in the San Fernando Valley. Here are some useful links. Again, I like to provide as many click-throughs as possible. And again, I'll provide the link at the end of this presentation. The link to the accessibility ready themes is here. What does WordPress have in terms of standards when they look at themes? I have a link to that. There's a description of the accessibility team, and there's a handbook that talks about accessibility. And I apologize, I'm corded today. I couldn't get my wireless headphones to work today. So I'm sorry I'm poking at my ears, and I hope it's not too distracting. But there's an accessibility handbook as well. There's also some great plugins on the Google Chrome browser. Axe from DayQ has an accessibility tool that what I like about it, it pops up when you're hovering on certain sections of the web page. It pops up, it tells you what the font is, the colors, and if the colors pass and things like that. So it's a way for you to check in your browser when you're looking at your website. Google has an accessibility extension that's great as well. Here's some more links. There's accessibility best practices. There's a link on how to test and what to test for. And then there's a couple of other ones in terms of how to get involved. And a lot of these things we've talked about, but again, I want to provide you links so that you can quickly jump in and get involved. So I showed you this link at the beginning, this image at the beginning. One of my best friends He lived in California over 20 years ago. We became best friends. I was a best man in his wedding. He was a best man in my wedding. He moved back to London. And I said, hey, do you know what this is? I sent him the picture. He said, no, I have no idea what it is. It's only like an hour away from where he lives in London, in the Thames. These were structures that were built in World War II by the English to prevent air raid attacks and gunboat attacks. I think they may have shot down one, but the reason I show you this is that was the only use for these objects in the ocean. They do look like they're from Star Wars, and maybe they inspired those walking gunship thingies. But the reason why I picked it was that we don't want to build things for single use. We don't want to have single use bottles, which I'm using, unfortunately. We don't want single use packages that go into our landfills. Why do we want to build a website that really is only focused at one person? A lot of times we think we want to do something creative. We want to do something unique, but it's not really serving the largest audience possible. And again, we want the most views. We want the most users. We want the most successful transactions. So why not start building something today? I'll leave you with this. Our worst moments are often our origin story for who we'll become. I'm excited to see what you do with this information, what you build in WordPress in terms of accessibility. And I encourage you to do so. Vote. This November is very important to the world, to our country, and I'm excited that it's going to be the largest turnout ever. Thank you. Thanks to the WordCamp Asheville organizers and all the volunteers that really made a great day even better. My name's Joe Simpson Jr. You can find me here. You can find our meetup at WordPress SCV at any of the following. My Elementor meetup at any of the following. WordCamp Santa Clarita generally happens in the spring, and I would love for you to come on and talk about a case study of a successful accessibility build that you've done, or talk on a topic that you want to talk about. My slides are here. I'll leave it up for a second. And I'll also make it available on Twitter after this presentation. Here are my photo credits. Thank you very much.
So, Joe, there were several questions I didn't get to from a Rich.
Yeah, I went over a little bit. I apologize.
Yep, Rich Blakemore. Just when you have an opportunity, if you can go to the YouTube comments, and he asked 4 questions we just didn't get to.
Okay, I'll go right now. Thank you.
And address it. Yep.
All right.
So thank you again for the outstanding presentation. It was a lot to it. We live in an aging country, and just that attribute in itself, as we get older, there are accessibility needs for aging America. So thank you for your contributions.
Yeah, no problem. And I think the interesting thing is that it gives you a different perspective when you think, you know, you may break your ankle and you're temporarily disabled. We're all temporarily disabled at one point or another, but as our vision goes, as we get older, as our hearing goes, I mean, we all should think about that and sort of work towards that earlier. And hopefully these kind of messages will get through, and a lot of people will participate and contribute to WordPress.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Looks like we might have a few minutes here. The four questions are around WordPress accessibility helper. What about company requirements? What about captions live on live broadcasts? And what testing tools do you use?
Ooh, lots of questions there. In terms of the law, and I'm not a lawyer. I can't really speak to the legality for business. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that a lot of mom and pop shops are being dinged by trolls. So that means a lot of folks think that, you know, only big companies are being sued. But these companies are just looking at your site to see if it doesn't comply, and they could quickly ding you, get you in court, and get a settlement. So it behooves all of us to at least address some of the basics. For me, I work for a county agency, which is in turn a government agency. We have to adhere to Section 508 guidelines. And again, each country is different. I know England is, I think there's a law going into effect on the 23rd that's going to require more strict adherence to the WCAG guidelines. And I know in Ottawa, Canada, and it was where I saw a video the other day when I was doing research for this. And I think Ottawa has an incredibly stringent law that's in effect, or I think it goes into effect on January 1st, 2021. So depending on where you are and what type of business you are, you could be impacted. But again, I can't really speak to the legality of it because I'm not a lawyer. But again, it's really important that you do at least adhere to these things or try to be compliant. I generally do like a color demo during this because so many people are colorblind. But I work in a transit agency where we have a distinct brand segment to our marketing department. And all they really care about is how it looks and how the colors work and how the colors make them feel. And it's always fun when I have to go in and test these colors and show them that you can't do bright yellow and with white type on top of it or something like that. So these tools are easy to use and to do the basics. So I always say start with the basics and then go from there. I don't know if we have time for more, or if you could read another one of the questions. I know I could get to it if.
What testing tools do you use?
I mentioned a couple of them that are in the browser. I like to test in the browser for a lot of the basics. Again, I'm a front-end designer and developer, so I do a lot of the basics, and then we require that our developers use tools to do the checking as well. At our company, again, since we're a government agency, and a lot of government agencies, as part of their procurement process, they write language into their contracts to make sure that if they're working with a vendor, that the vendor is going to deliver a product that meets this, and this. So you have to take a strategic approach to it. But again, you have to take those first steps. Again, what makes folks so angry is that it's something they know they should do, but they feel like it's extra work. But again, if you fold that into the beginning of your process, a lot of folks will try to come at the end of a design process or after they built the website and put all these plugins and did a lot of custom development, then they'll try to come in and retrofit. It's always good to do it at the beginning because again, this helps you plan your user experience better. And again, what we did when we were dinged is we brought folks in we had an accessibility advisory committee that still meets at our agency. And we asked them if they knew a couple of people that they could provide to test. So again, try to find people to test your site. A lot of times we design something and we think, hey, we know how it's supposed to work. We've worked this through, we solved this problem. But when you see someone else use it, they may not even use it the way you intend it. So testing is always a great thing.
Okay. We're doing a live broadcast now. What comments do you have in regards to accessibility when you're doing a live broadcast?
Ooh, that one's tough. There's a couple of the meetup that I referred to earlier. And what we did when we had our in-person event for WordCamp Santa Cruz the first year, this year we were virtual. The first year for the live event, we had a captioner on site that was captioning. And I know for the meetup that I mentioned, they hire a captioning person, and during the live broadcast, just like this WordCamp, the caption should be below the video, and they've paid someone to come in. I think if it's the same people that we used at WordCamp Santa Cruz, it's probably white coat captioning, and they caption along with the live event. Depending on who you find, there is a budget impact, but we usually bring in someone to caption live for us when we have an event that's live.
Cool, cool. Very good, very good. Very helpful information. And let's see here. Trying to see what our leadership is from the video booth. Stefan, we're ready to call it a closure. Joe, again, thank you for your meaningful time. Helpful as always.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. It was great meeting you, and we did this twice, so I think I know you pretty well. So hope to
That
see you
sounds great.
soon.
Likewise. Very good. Thank you, sir. Have a great weekend.
Hey, thank you for coming. We've had a great day. I know I've enjoyed, I've been popping in and out of sessions and caught a bunch of them, and I appreciate the speakers. Can't tell you how much I appreciate all the speakers. This wouldn't happen without them volunteering their time and knowledge. The organizers, the volunteers who have put all this together, it wouldn't happen without them. And they've put a ton of time into this. So be sure to thank them. Hold on, I gotta had myself coming back at me. So thank you very much. Want to let you know that we have icebreakers. So one of the issues that's hard to do virtually is get to meet and socialize with people. So if you would join us in one of the icebreakers, if you go to the schedule page, and at the bottom there's a link to the icebreakers, and choose icebreaker room in 1 or room 2 and join us. I think that we've got plenty of room for the people that are here. So please join us. That's all I have. Thank you for coming. Thank the sponsors, thank the coordinators, thank the volunteers, and thank you, the speakers. And thank you for coming. Have a great day.